What's up, everybody? How are you? I'm Rex Byers. Welcome to the SWEATBOX. Should be another thrilling week of NFL action. Week 14 is upon us. Why can't I get this thing to stick? Yeah, whatever. All right. Anyways, good enough for now. Kickoff coming for 8 games. In a matter of a couple minutes, I'm going to try to keep my eye on coin tosses here. Closing lines are close to it, are as follows. Washington is at Minnesota. The Vikings are basically one at some places, and the other side are one another. Call it a pick if you want. 44 the total. Miami and the Jets. The Dolphins 2.5 on top. 41.5. There are some 42s out there for the total. Tennessee is in Cleveland. The Browns 3.5 and 33 the total there. It's awfully hard to see a total that low in the NFL. It doesn't involve lots of weather. We got 128 Pittsburgh, Baltimore Ravens at home laying 5.5. There is some 6 out there, 43.5 and 44. Seattle and Atlanta about to kick at the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Hours after the SEC competed there last night, 6.5 Seattle on top, 44.5 the total. Colts and Jacksonville, probably the most meaningful game in this morning session. The winner takes command of the AFC South race. The loser's in big trouble. They do play each other twice in the last 5 weeks. Colts laying 2.5 on the road, even without Sauce Gardner. 45 the total. Skip Chicago, Green Bay. That's a late game. New Orleans and Tampa Bay, also in the early window. Tampa Bay 7.5, 41.5, and skip 2 more. Down to Cincinnati, Buffalo, which was flexed into the early window. Buffalo laying 6 and 54.5, 55 consensus totals, which, given the fact that there is a little bit of weather up in Buffalo today, a little surprised by that number on the total. But, the wind's only 10 miles an hour, so some snow and 21 wind chill factor probably not going to affect these two offenses, especially given how the Bengals defense has been most of the year. Going to be keeping a close eye here in the next couple minutes as coin tosses will be coming. Are coming, actually. So, welcome to the SWEATBOX. I am your host, Rex Byers. Top of the hour here. Twitch TV, YouTube TV. Thanks for checking me out. Let's see if we can pez out a couple winners today. Yesterday was pretty successful for those who rode along in the college. Today, my NFL pregame opinion, which is usually not that good. This year it's been choppy. I do like Tennessee some. We took some 4.5 at Cleveland. The thought process being that when are you ever going to get a chance to take points, this many points against Shadur Sanders? And the answer is probably never. So that's the thought process there. Tennessee special teams are much better than Cleveland's as well. In a close game with 2 bad teams, it could matter. Total this low, 4 is a big number. Even anything more than 3 is a big number. Ball's on the tee. Buffalo is kicking to the Bengals. And that's really it in the early window. I like against the Saints as long as that quarterback Schaff is the starter and not Rattler. Rattler wasn't the problem. So Cincinnati Buffalo is the game that I have on my Fox local out here in Vegas on the antenna. So that's the game that I'm fastest on. I'll be ahead of you guys. The other ones I will be behind, working from behind. I also have a red zone feed on as well. So I've got all the other games on, but slow feeds everywhere except for Bengals, Bills. Unfortunately, the Raiders playing today at home. They're in the late window, and the Bears-Packers game also is going to be on Big Fox late. So I got no early CBS game. Looks like the ball's on the tee in a lot of these games. I'll run down closing lines here in just a second. There were a couple of games that moved a little bit in the last 5 to 7 minutes to post. Colts are kicking to Jacksonville. See, we got the Bucks kicked to New Orleans. Big return by the Saints out past midfield. Yeah, I'm not a big Tampa guy, and I don't like laying this number. I'm so anti-New Orleans. They're clearly not trying to win if they're going to play that quarterback every week. He sucks. The Browns have kicked to Tennessee. The Steelers are kicking to Baltimore. The Redskins just kicked it to Minnesota. The Jets kicked it to Miami. And Seattle kicked it to Atlanta. Okay, so let's confirm the kicks here. Washington kicked to Minnesota. The Jets kicked to Miami. Cleveland kicked to Tennessee. Pittsburgh kicked to Baltimore. Seattle kicked to Atlanta. Indianapolis kicked to Jacksonville. Tampa Bay kicked to New Orleans. And Buffalo kicked to the Bengals. Make sure you jot those down if you're interested in who gets the ball first at halftime. It'll also be important to try to stay on top of things to see who does get the ball at halftime and how they're going to line it. It seems like this year more than ever they've really put a lot of emphasis on who gets the ball first at halftime. Bengals have done a good job of marching it down the field here. They're into Buffalo territory. First down at the Bills' 40. Clock moving, 12:18 to go. Burrow play fake. Rolls and throws it left. Good read by the Bills. Caught by the back, but he only gets a yard. Jags are out to the 37 against Indianapolis in the first minute. Saints are down inside the 30. First down after the first couple plays. Lawrence's pass was incomplete. Incomplete on second down. I thought he caught it. All right, Spears on the move for the Titanicals. First down. Good deal. Caught the Browns in a blitz on 3rd and long. Colts forced a punt. And looks like the Saints are going to have 1st and goal. Burrow 3rd and 6 at the 36. Probably 4-down territory with the snow. Dump it down to the back. Makes a guy miss. Makes another. Who's that? P. Ryan? What a great play. Ran over 2 guys. First down, Bengals. Tua, touchdown pass. That's Waddle. And the Bengals strike first against the Jets. They're the first ones in today. Saints in. Good kickoff drive. Good kickoff return. Sets up a short field for a touchdown drive, and the Saints are in. Looks like the Saints are on the move too. The Vikings got Naylor on a little bit of jet action. All right, guys. It looks like a few of you guys may be new. Don't forget to click on the little bell icon if you're in YouTube to subscribe. It's free. Twitch. Follow me, please. Also free. Help make others aware of what's going on, see what's up, grow the channel a little bit. Feel free to share anything if you see anything that you're watching on any of your games, injury-wise particularly. That's the one thing that I have trouble when I'm watching 8 games. I can only see so much. Biggest thing to try to keep track of is, who's playing, and obviously you want to know for halftime purposes and live who has the line of scrimmage. In the NFL, it can change on a dot. A lot of things can, but usually the line of scrimmage doesn't lie too much. Vikings are in. That T.J. Hawkinson. Good start, Minnesota. 11:03. Oliver. 11:03 to go in the first. Bengals continue on the move. 3rd and 9 complete. Tayoshivas. Titans in. Great start, Cam Ward. 9:52 to go in the first. Ayo Minor, the rookie out of Stanford, finds the paint. These snow games, there's a huge edge for these offenses. They know where they're going, and defenses have to react. At the 19, it's Pirine banging his way down for maybe 3. Oh, Jones, a horrific pick on the first play. And the Jags will take over at the 21. Threw it right to the linebacker. Oh, boy. That was bad. Jags are in business at the 21. First down. 2 minutes and 6 seconds in. I think that was the first play from scrimmage for Indianapolis. Jags run it for about maybe a yard. Jags are in. No, Jags are not in. I'm watching the replay of the interception. They're celebrating in the end zone. I got too much going on here. Need to memorize where everything is. Tell you what, I'm going to make one quick TV adjustment. I'll be back in about 15 seconds. All right, let's get back to it. Sorry about that. Let's see, Bengals, 1st and goal at the 5. Impressive drive, banging it down. 3-2-1. Is he in? He's in. Chase Brown. 5 yards out, man-sized drive by the Bengals. Take it right down the field and score. 6:44 to go in the first, and Cincinnati has found the paint. They're up 6-0 with a point pending. So lots of touchdowns here early. Minnesota, Miami, Tennessee, and New Orleans are all in, as well as the Bengals. Jags got a man open, caught, 1st and goal. Thomas. Lawrence Gunn. Play fake, roll right, tight end, caught. Down to the 3. Bengal touchdown drive was 14 plays and 67 yards. Burrow was 6 for 7 for 46 yards on the drive. Dolphins have gotten Jets into 4th and 7. They're going to force a punt. Bucks, 2nd and 5 against the Saints at their own 38. Running backs dropped In the backfield, Irving for a loss of 2. Jags are in. That's Etienne from 3 yards out. Jacksonville 6-0, point pending. Jets have punted it down to about the 2, unless the guy was in the end zone. I think he might have been. Nope. Dolphins are going to be starting in the shadows of their goalposts. Ravens on the move. Zay Flowers had a big gain. Jags extra point is good. 7-0. 8 games, we have 6 of them, or the scores are 7-0. So no field goals so far. 6 touchdowns. And we're off and running. I'm sure that you guys who care about college have had time to think about, stew over, react to the playoff draw. With the big, obvious, glaring omission was Notre Dame being left out. By rule, James Madison and Tulane had to get in because they weren't going to take Duke. And Miami did get in to represent the ACC over Notre Dame. Alabama, despite the 3rd loss of the season yesterday, also stays on the field, and they'll play against Oklahoma in the 9-8 game in Norman, with the winner going to the Rose Bowl to meet top seed Indiana. We could talk about the college. Feel free to ask as many questions as you want about it. I have numbers, thoughts, opinions all the time, like always, but they're like assholes. Everybody's got one. Steelers from 36. The kick is up and good. Ravens 3, Steelers 0. 10:58 to go in the first. Allen starting for the Bills. 18-3 in December since 2020. Again, you guys will soon see that if you're watching the CBS feed. Sorry, the Fox feed. Atlanta is in the red zone on 3rd and 3. We've got an incomplete pass against the Seahawks. Probably going to set up a field goal. Josh Allen, big completion to Dalton Knox, way out past midfield to the Cincinnati 44. First down there. At the Bucks, first down into New Orleans territory, the 45. Play fake. Mayfield rolls, fires across his body, complete. That's Chris Godwin, first down into field goal range, around the 30 or so. 4th and 3, Atlanta, they're going to go for it. Trips right, nobody in the backfield for Cousins. No, they're not going to go for it. Unless they call timeout, that's going to be a delay game and they'll kick a field goal. Yep. The Colts fumble the kickoff? Down. They're saying he's down. Let's say, geez. Bucks are in the paint. That is Bucky Irving. And put your track shoes on so far in Tampa. 7:57 to go in the first. Just fire the cannons. 7-6, point pending. Allen, swing pass out to the back. Caught. Bulls his way down near the first down. Johnson, the running back who caught that one, the receiver on the play. Johnson breaks 3, and he's going to slip and fall down. Oh, and there's it might be a fumble. He fell down and nobody touched him, and the guy for the Bengals came in and whacked the ball out. But I think they're going to say that because he fell down, he slipped and fell, that he's down. Nobody touched him. Yeah, that's what happened. He stripped. I mean, that's amazing. The guy for the Bengals stripped it. I would consider challenging that. They didn't. First down, Bills at the 13. And, yeah, it's coming down pretty good. I don't know if this is lake effect or what, but otherwise, if there's no snow, I mean, he walks in. He just literally slipped on the snow. Jags have yet to allow a 70-yard rusher in any game, and the Colts are 6-0 when Taylor runs for 90+. Long pass by Rodgers is caught. Deebo Samuel. About a 50-yarder. Allen slant caught on 2nd and 6. Gain is about 4. Sets up 3rd and 2 at the 5. Let's see. Third and 2 at the 5. Gunn trips left for Buffalo. Back offset to the right. Allen going to keep it, and he's swallowed up for a loss. He's not happy that they hit him kind of late, but he gave himself up. But, shit, there's 4 of them on top of you. It is what it is. Bengals were absolutely not fooled on that play. They all but sold out for it. That's like one of those plays on Tecmo Bowl when you call a play and the defense calls the same play, and that's just what that happened, just a jailbreak. Bills are going to have to probably settle for a field goal here. Yeah, it's 4th and goal at like the 6. At like the 10. Prater, this will be from 26. Snap down up. Good. Bengals 7, Buffalo 3. 1:54 to go in the first in Orchard Park. Baltimore also settled for a field goal earlier. I don't think I cleaned that up for you. 5 minutes into the game there, 3-0 they lead Pittsburgh, and Atlanta 3-0 over Seattle. 7:08 to go in the first in Atlanta. Redskins have gotten it down inside the 20 now of the Vikings. Looks like Achane bangs it in, and the Bengals and the Dolphins are up 13-0, 8:48 to go in the first. Is that a 98-yard touchdown drive? The Dolphins have picked a funny time to wake up. First and goal for the Redskins at the 5, maybe the 4. Gunn. Pound it to the running back. You had a big formation in there, only 2 receivers. Back gets it down maybe to the 1. McLaurin coming out. They're going to go real big. Colt on the move here. Jones hits Pierce on a little inside slant. They got it down to about the 10. Redskins at the 2. Here's a play fake. Roll left. Throw it out of the end zone. They were trying to hit a big lineman. Fat guy touchdown, 74, but the Vikings had it sniffed out. 2nd and 6, Colts at the 8. Jones gives it to Taylor. Breaks a tackle. Breaks another tackle. He's very near the first down marker. Lots of shifting and juking there. Steelers, 2nd and goal at about the 3, 2 maybe. Short, but not by much. 3rd and goal at the 1. Daniels rolls right, fires, out of bounds. 4th and goal at about the 2 for the Redskins. They'll have to make a decision. Tyler Warren has got the first down. It's not the touchdown. It'll be 1st and goal at the 1 for Indy. Play fake Rodgers. Rolls left, keeps it, and he's going to score. Touchdown Pittsburgh. And the old discount double check. All right. So some trends are developing. Obviously, I don't like getting involved in anything too much, too early with the live. So I'm sort of doing a lot of observations and see who's bothering to show up so far. Clearly, you're getting a good effort out of the Bengals. Redskins. Taylor is running in for the Colts. They're going to tie it up at point pending. Samuel, incomplete. Oh, and the Redskins get nothing. 13 for 22 this year on 4th down. One of the things for the Redskins, last year they were like some ungodly. I want to say it was like 26 of 28 or something on 4th down, and that was one of the reasons why they won 12 games, or also beat the Lions in the playoffs. They kept getting 4th down conversions. This year they haven't quite been as fortunate. Chardonnay. Falcons up 3-0. Seattle on the move after a big carry by the running back. Fins have kicked it up 14-0. 8:48 to go early in New York. Titans have it back against Cleveland at the 35. Ward gives to the back. There's a broken tackle down to the 27. 7-0 Titans. 5:50 to go in the first. Taylor has 16 rushing touchdowns. That's his first since week 10. Extra point is good. 7-all. Let's go over the closing prices of all these 1 o'clock Eastern kicks. Minnesota, Washington closed, depending on where you pay attention to your work, 1 point either way. I saw ones on top, ones on bottoms, and a couple of picks were out there as well. 44 was the closing total. Miami and the Jets. Dolphins closed 2.5-point favorite, 41.5 and 42. Tennessee, Cleveland, 3.5. The Browns basically, give or take. There was some dog money on the juice. There was some 3-lay 15 towards the end. 33 the total. Baltimore 5.5 and 6. Total 43.5 and 44 against Pittsburgh. Seattle on the road, laying 6.5 and 44.5 against Atlanta. Was some Falcon money there. Colts, Jags closed 2.5 on top. Again, that was all Indy all the time. I'm not quite sure how or why. I'm not saying. I mean, in my mind, the Colts can't be the favorite in this game, just given the fact that the quarterback's mobility is limited, to say the least. And the Colts Jacksonville's been a house of horrors for the Colts. They haven't won there, I don't think, since 2014. And that's even when they've had some good teams, and the Jags have been bad. New Orleans and Tampa. New Orleans, Tampa Bay 7 all. That game closed Tampa 7.5, 41.5. And Bengals 7-3 over Buffalo at the end of 1. Bills closed 6, some 6.5 as well. 54.5 and 55 were the totals. Dolphins have forced another turnover. They're going to have it fairly deep in Jets territory again. This one was just a bobbled pass and tipped, and the defensive back made a decent play. Didn't have to do much. Caught it between his legs, make sure it didn't hit the ground. Seahawks 4th and 1. We have the looks like the Falcons went off sides. What do we got here? An interception by the Browns? Looks like it. It's a turnover. I'm not sure how they got it yet. I just saw Cleveland running the other way. What do we got? A blitz from the Browns blitzed everybody. Yeah, just Ward had to get rid of it because of the blitz. Didn't see the linebacker. Big play there. Titans could have went up 10-0 at the very least. Now the Browns are going to be in position to get some points. McCarthy on 3rd and 6. Big carry to get him out of the shadow of their own end zone there after the Redskins got stopped at the goal line. Lamar Jackson just took off. But he didn't even come close to do. I mean, he doesn't even look like the same guy. He took off and then he slid like after about a 3-yard carry. I mean, that play for him is routinely a first down run. Broke contain. Yeah, I mean he's not right. Bengals 3rd and 11 hit Gesicki for a first down at the start of the second quarter. Big play. Bengals are now in scoring position. That's an incredible catch by Gesicki. Literally, the defensive guy had his hands between his hands and his helmet. Like, it's impossible that he didn't break that up. You'll see the replay in a minute if you're watching it on Red Zone, or if you're watching the game on Fox, you'll see it come in a second here. The 3rd and 11 play. It's a great catch. Higgins breaks out of there. Yeah, these Bengals, they mean business, man. Their offense is no joke. Seahawks are 3rd and goal at about the 4. What is Sanders doing? T. Higgins? Touchdown Cincinnati. Wow. Burrow put it right in the... I mean, that is just so good. Yeah, that's a touchdown. Both feet were down when he caught it. His right one was down when he caught it, and then when he lifted it, he landed out of bounds the next time, but he already had it down. Nice little subtle shove on Hairston there. Bengals 13-3, point pending at Buffalo. You want to revive your season, win a game like this. You at least give yourself, you ask the other teams in the division questions. The bad news for them is that someone's going to win today between Pittsburgh and Baltimore. The good news is someone's going to lose. I guess if you're a Bengals fan, you have to root for the team. Do you play one of these teams twice coming down the stretch? I know these schedules are all unbalanced and shit, which is terrible. That's one of the things that needs to be fixed in this league. The first thing I would change if I were involved with the scheduling process is you're not allowed to play a team in your division. Not allowed to play the team in your division. You have to play them once in the first half and once in the second half. You can't play, and that doesn't mean like week 8 and week 11. Like, no, like you have to play there has to be like at least a 6-week window where you can't play the same team twice. That's a serious flaw in the schedule. It's an unfair advantage because of or disadvantage depending on when you play guys if there's injuries. I mean, the people that played the Bengals when Burrow was out had a huge edge, especially before they picked up Flacco. Stats. I need to know. I need to look at Bengals. Bengals schedule. The Bengals, Browns, Cardinals, Dolphins, Ravens. They got the Ravens up next. They just played the Ravens as well. So they might as well just root for the freaking Ravens today. Because they don't play the Steelers anymore. They don't control that fate. They beat the Steelers once and lost to them the other time. Action points, no cap. Very late money on Tennessee, 9.5, 59.5. Circa went from 3.5 to 3. Yeah, I saw. Yeah, 3 lay 15 at the end circle was, yes. Which it should have been. I mean, how can who in the hell, what can Cleveland lay point? I mean, to anybody. How can they lay 4? I don't care how bad you think Tennessee is. They're not getting blown out of these games. I mean, they're getting beat, but they're competitive in most of them. Last week was the first time they let go of the rope. Jags are ahead again. What happened here? Lawrence. What is it? The Colts miss a tackle? I didn't see what happened. Well, I'm going to watch it on the replay. I got the red zone feeds ahead of the actual game feed. The Jags have taken a 14-7 lead, 2:27 to go in the first. It's going to happen on this play. Lawrence is in the gun. 2 to the left, 2 to the right. Back offset to the right. 4-man rush. Lawrence throws. Wow, the coverage breakdown. Jacoby Myers. All right. Put your track shoes on. 13:33 to go in the second. Bengals 14-3 at Buffalo. Dolphins 14-0. Second and goal against the Jets. 4 minutes to go in the first. Clock moving. Bucks 4th and short against New Orleans. 7-all late in the first. Handoff up the middle, and he's in. It's Jalen Wright, and it's 20-0 point pending for the Dolphins. 3:39 to go in the first. Gosh, I feel like an idiot. Why didn't I have the Dolphins today? Jeez, they're giving away money. Now, the funny thing about the NFL is that, like, watch the Jets come back and lose by like 4. Saints got the stop. Irving, nothing doing. 57 seconds to go in the first, and the Saints will take over around midfield. Pittsburgh 3rd and 1. Rodgers rolls right, fires. That's caught. First down for a gain of about 5 out of bounds. 3:13 to go in the first. McCarthy. It's like he technically gets sacked. He lost about 2 or 3 yards. Be 3rd and long. 9 maybe. Pollard breaks free. Go. 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown. All right. The Boo Birds are out by the lake. What is that, a 65-yard run? Oh. The TV's just shit the bed. Let's get that fixed. My remote situation is pretty fascinating. You guys would like it. For those of you who are new to this, I am Rex Byers. Welcome to the SWEATBOX here on Twitch TV, YouTube TV. I have 9 TVs that I'm watching here with all the games. 2 of them have antennas, the one in the top middle and the one in the middle. The rest of the other 7 are all boxes that I stream to. Those are on delays. So the only game that's on in the Las Vegas Metro early window is Cincinnati Buffalo on our Fox affiliate. We have no CBS game early because of the Raiders later. So that means I've got a fast feed on the Bills and Bengals, and I'm ahead of you guys. And that also means that on the other 7 games that I'm watching, I'm behind you guys, which makes it impossible for me to give you live betting advice as the game is going on. Can certainly help and contribute and have an opinion about half times, but really not much to do with anything that's happening as the game is being played, just because the commercials aren't that long enough to be able to react to what's going on in real time as things are unfolding. That's why hopefully we build this channel up a little bit and have some people chatting and stuff. Be good to contribute. Everybody can talk to each other and sort of, we can hash out some stuff. You can tell me when there's an injury in case I miss it, especially if it's, someone important. Usually if it's fairly important, I'll pick it up off the red zone, but sometimes it might be somebody like a center, or somebody that's important that you don't, not necessarily a skill player that is super important to the game. Obviously, if I don't catch that, then it's good to have somebody be able to share it. 4th and 4 for the Bills at the Bengal 45. Allen, gun. Pocket collapsing. He's going to roll left. He's looking. He fires. Caught. First down, Bills. That's Davis. Gets knocked into the Bengals kicking net over there. But it is a first down. Nice play. Bought himself just enough time for the receiver to come open. Turned into a scramble play. Brady Cook checks in for the Jets. I don't know whether that's because the other guy got hurt or because it's just ineffectiveness or because he's sick of getting beat 21-0. But Brady Cook from Missouri is in for the Jets. 21-0. 3:39 to go in the first. Did the Browns just break another long run? 14-3, and the Browns have first and goal at the 3. Jackie and FL High Brown started bad, yes, but long way to go. Remember, Tennessee's actively trying not to win. Cleveland also should be actively not trying to win. Makes for a fascinating watch. It makes it really hard to bet, though. So Judkins' run was all the way to the 3 or the 2? Shadur gets credit for 58 yards passing there. What do we got here? Allen on 2nd and 2. Runs it for a first down. So if you guys are watching the Jets, you can let me know why Brady Cook's in, not instead of Taylor. Wow. Lamar Jackson actually did look pretty good with his legs that time. If he can do that more often, maybe they'll be better than what I thought. He still doesn't look healthy, but at least he's good enough to make a play there. Jones is hobbling. He's going to come out of the game. Yeah, this is it. 35 seconds to go first. Jags 14-7. There are flags everywhere, and yeah, he's slamming his helmet. That's got to be a break. Whatever he was playing with on his fibula. Oh. Non-contact injuries are the worst. Oh, boy. Well, that's one way to wreck a season. Unless Riley Leonard, the rookie out of Notre Dame, can rally the troops. I'll keep an eye on that for live and halftime purposes. I've heard reports that Leonard is actually fairly capable. They even thought back in training camp when Richardson was still healthy that that Riley Leonard was still somebody. Well, they clearly wanted to take him just because they weren't sure what Richardson was. They brought in Jones as a 1-year, $14 million insurance backup, and Riley Leonard they drafted. I get the Oh man, I'm looking at the replay. Man, he's shaking his arm. I mean, he's. The thing about it is he's done a great job he's very unemotional most of the year. He keeps the shit to himself. This time he couldn't help it. I mean, he's slamming his helmet and crying. Yeah, tough one. So, yeah, he's done. I'll keep an eye on Leonard because we'll have to do something with that game if the line doesn't get adjusted appropriately. If you'd have known that Jones wasn't going to play, then Jacksonville, there's no way the Colts would have been a 2.5 point favorite. It'd have been the other way, 2.5. Tua Tagovailoa back in. Finns are 7 for 7 for 84 yards today. They're up 21-0, and they have the ball back late in the first. First and goal, Browns. They do not get in. Might well be the last play of the quarter. What's happening? Yep, Mega, Mike, Kai. D. Jones, done is correct. Yeah. Bills are in. 7:27 to go in the second quarter. 14-9. Flag down. Allen. Another scramble play. I mean, it's not the defensive back's fault. Jesus Christ, they had to cover for like 9 seconds. Shakir ends up finally getting open in the end zone. He wasn't even open. Allen threw the ball right through 2 defenders. One of them had to do is turn his back, and that's it. Bengals are going to be forced to punt it. Jackson's pass is incomplete. Late in the first quarter there. Now the Bengals, not only did they didn't get the stop, they also roughed Allen after the play. Let's see what the Bills are going to do here. Where's my remote? Damn it. This is a bad job by me. They're going to go for 2 because of the roughing the passer. So that was a 4th and 4. That Allen touchdown, they might have just said screw it. Big punt return for the Jets. Might be a touchdown for punt return for the Jets. It is. If there's no flags, it's a touchdown on the Jets for the punt return. The special teams coach for the Jets is losing his mind. Isaiah Williams runs it back. 21-6. 20 seconds to go in the first quarter. That sounds about like something the Dolphins would do. Kick the shit out of the team the whole quarter, and then give up a 78-yard punt return for a touchdown. The 2-point conversion is good. That roughing the passer was fucking soft. Excuse the language. That's just such a bad call. So no Fields, and then the other guy got hurt, I guess, groin. That punt return was really nice. He actually stopped and started again. I'm not sure what the hell the Dolphins were doing out there. Look at this first quarter. 214 yards in Cleveland. Just like everybody expected. Browns on 2nd and goal do not get in. 3rd and goal at maybe the 2. The injury report on Odds Logic says Jones is questionable return. In what world is he going to be questionable? Vitamin T is not going to help it when you broke your leg. He is actually trying to limp off on his own power. Colts will punt on 4th and 23 to start the second quarter. It's 14-7 Jacksonville. It's not like Riley Leonard's going to have to go win the game for the Colts. The defense is going to have to win. You can't just go giving up 14 points a quarter to Jacksonville. So I'll sneak in a story here as we get closer to halftime. I'm going to take a little baby break before the halves as well, just to sort of get up and stretch and reset everything. I'm sure a lot of you guys know the poker player Dewey Tomko. He probably most famous for playing in every World Series of Poker main event. I think he just missed one last year for the first time. He had the streak, the longest streak of anybody, and the only one to ever play for as long as he did. Obviously a great poker player, good dude, great person. His son, Drew, he has several sons, but Drew's the one that I'm closest to. I've worked with in the same office, not with the same company, but in the same office in Costa Rica. He would not, and he's like the biggest SEC homer of all time, like Polk County, Florida, big Gator fan. His brother, I think David, is a huge Oklahoma fan. I think a couple of them like Miami. Like, they all are anti-Florida State, but the bottom line is that they're all SEC homers, and it's like I get this message from him this morning before the thing, and he's like saying that Miami has to get in, and whoever gets the 8-9 game has got a lock, especially if it's a SEC, because Indiana's soft. And I'm just like, dude, like, it's so, these people that think that way, it's like you're in an ass backwards world. If you didn't sit there and watch the game last night and cannot say without any hesitation that those are the two best teams in the country right now, I got nothing for you. Like, I watched Georgia play, I was impressed. I watched Texas Tech play, I was impressed. I still think Indiana and Ohio State were clearly better than them. Not by a lot, but the 1 and 2 seeds out of that game were still correct. They had to keep them apart. There's no way they could have made Ohio State the 4. That was the only thing. It didn't matter if they were the 2 or the 3. Anyways, it'll be fun. I wrote down, just for the hell of it, my college football power ratings before last weekend's games. Had Ohio State 1, Indiana 2, Texas Tech 3, Oregon 4, Notre Dame 5, and Georgia 6. So it just goes to show Notre Dame, even though power ranking-wise they're 5th, they got left out. Now, I don't know if I have a problem with that or not, because Colts' injuries and Achilles, Jones' injuries and Achilles, he's out. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about it, because you can only play who they put in front of you. And Notre Dame was clearly one of the most impressive teams in the last 10 games, but they also had happened to have the misfortune to play a lot of teams that weren't any good. And they can't control how bad their schedule is when they make it years in advance. They don't know how good these teams are going to be. The fact that, Navy's record was Charmin soft and hadn't beaten anybody before they lost to them, and then USC was good but not great, and that was probably their best win. Just unfortunate. They could have easily beaten Miami and Texas A&M, and they lost to both. I don't know. The bottom line is they are one of the best teams, but they, by the way that the thing is set up, they probably were rightfully left out, and at the expense of this year, because of the way it's set up, was two group of 5 teams got in. Such is life. Let's move on. I'm going to give you a scoreboard update right quick. The Jones Achilles is all over everywhere on Twitter now. And the fact that it's Achilles and not his fibula is even worse. That means if it's any sort of a bad Achilles, then he's out not only the whole rest of this year, but who knows how long. Raining in Jacksonville. Lawrence, nothing doing on this drive, and they'll have to punt it. Bengals pass. Burrow should have been intercepted by Johnson. It was a bad pass. He had his guy open for a minute, but he underthrew him. And that's Burrow's second incompletion. He's 11 for 13 for 109. 5:06 to go before the half. Bengals 14-11. Let's see. Let's run down the rest of this. Minnesota and Washington racing along. 3:41 to go before the half. And that's the other game that's way ahead of the rest, along with Cincinnati. The other ones have more than half the quarter to go. Miami lead the Jets 21-7. Total yards 199 to 18. Second quarter just underway. 14-10 Tennessee leads the Browns. early in the second. God, if you have over in that game, like I don't want to mush it. I shouldn't say anything. The live total's 50. Let's put it to you like that. 50 and a half. And the game closed 33. Pittsburgh, Baltimore 7-3, 13 minutes to go in the second. Seattle, Atlanta 3-all, 7:38 left in the second. Colts, Jags 14-7, Jacksonville 13:47 to go before the half. Tampa Bay, New Orleans 7-all, 11:15 to go before the half. Bengals on 3rd and 3 have pounded it for another first down. They've put themselves in so many positive down and distance situations today. I don't even know if there'd been a punt in that game. The Bengals had the ball forever, I think, on both drives. It's one way to keep your offense off the field, or your defense off the field. Just never punt. Just hold the ball the whole game. Yeah, there hasn't been a punt in that game. Vikings are up 14-0, and they've gotten another first down. Boy, I couldn't quite understand this one. Redskins on the road at 3-9 on a short week and an overtime loss. Well, semi-short week with it being a night game last Sunday. And they're actually at some places were laying a point. I just was one of those head scratchers that I didn't get it. Oh. Seattle blocked a field goal. Middle of second quarter, 3-all. Colts start at their own 19. What happened here? Taylor fumble? Nope, he's out. That ball's out. It's a fumble. Taylor rarely fumbles. This is just going to be one of those days, I guess. The worst part is I still haven't, I have to see Leonard throw the ball. I have to see what he looks like when they haven't let him pass yet. And they only got 2 plays that drive. Jones' other leg, yeah. Thank you, Jonathan Leonard, 43-83. ATN is in, and the Jags are up 20-7. Point pending. 12:52 to go in the second. 2-minute warning in Minnesota, 14-0 Vikes. 3:30 left in Buffalo. That's the one game that I am. It's the one game that I am ahead of you. Those of you who weren't watching earlier. Top of the hour, or almost. We're second hour streaming of the day so far, into the second hour, I should say. Way you disguise the fact that you've been on for 1 hour and 3 minutes. But yeah, my name is Rex Byers. Welcome to the SWEATBOX. We'll go round and round, try to find some possibilities to bet live or at halftime. I am not nearly as happy on the NFL as I am on other things, college football most particularly, but also on college hoops at halftime, as we'll find out here in coming weeks. Burrow looking for Iosivas. There is a flag, and they do call interference, it looks like, against the Bills. So the Bengals are in business. That Higgins ball in the second quarter that he caught out of bounds was he hurt himself. Oh, I see it. It's his head. He still caught the ball. That's just so amazing, those guys, how athletic they are. The skill set ability of these receivers now is just it's shockingly good. Boswell bangs through a field goal, 10-3 Steelers at Baltimore. First and goal, Bengals at the 10, 3:25 to go. Fired it, caught at the 1 by Brown. Clock will continue to move inside of 3 minutes. Both teams have all their timeouts left. McLaughlin's going to kick a field goal for Tampa. They got to turn over the Saints quarterback. That might be a touchdown for Cincinnati if they review it. Could be an expedited review. It looks like when he caught it, he was across the pylon. Field goal for the Bucs is good. 9:11 to go in the quarter. 10-7 Tampa. They are going to review this, I think. No, the Bengals challenging it. They're not reviewing it. There's no expedited review. The Bengals actually had to throw the red flag. I think they're going to win it. Usually it wouldn't matter, but in the snow, the fewer plays you have to run with a chance to possibly turn it over, the better. This is just one of those, they ruled it that way on the field. They might not change it. I don't know. You guys can watch it yourself when it gets to you on the red zone or on your feed. The Jets' backup quarterback, I need to watch some of that too. Lord knows he was the third stringer and hasn't been active much all year. Sure doesn't take many reps in practice. Concussed, he's done. That has to be Higgins you're talking about, I'm sure. Megan, Mikey. All right, let's get a look at the Colts here with this quarterback situation. Trying to do the same with the Jets. Try to figure out something to do here with these halves. I'm going to take just a momentary break, get up, hit the can right quick, grab another water, and give me 90 seconds. I got a good story for you when I come back. So yesterday, my guy Travis Spann popped on the YouTube and suggested that I play music, background music, especially when I'm taking a break or whatever. I thought that's a great idea. So I did it. I started playing background music. Like this would be like I don't know. It started probably at 6:30, 7 o'clock Eastern. So like maybe the last 3 or 4 hours of my night. I think I was working until after the IU game's second half started, or a little after that. And yeah, it would have been after 10 because the pay per view had started. Um, he says play. So I started playing some music, just like some '90s like R&B slow jams, so like Boys to Men stuff like that. Cut close. I get first the YouTube cut off before 10 hours. Usually you get like a 10 hours and then they stop you or whatever. I've done a couple of 10-hour streams before on Saturdays. Um, anyways, it's cut off early, so I had to just like redo it to get through the last set of halves. And then I cut this one off and restarted it too, just to make sure like they synced up. Well, about an hour later, so maybe like 11:30 or midnight Eastern, I get an email from YouTube saying like, these songs are violating the term of service because they're copyright infringements. I forgot. I mean, I didn't even think about that. And when I was reading how to learn how to use Twitch as well, Twitch for Dummies, it specifically tells you like be careful on what music that you play. If it's not something that the RIAA or whatever has licensed, or because you can't just play anybody's music on your station. It's not like you can just be a DJ, and play whatever. I mean, wow, Lamar Jackson threw it right to the Steelers. Anyways, so I took my break right there. Notice I didn't put any music on. And I'm going to have to break Travis the bad news the next time I talk to him that music, I'm going to either have to find a set of some sanctioned music, find some songs that nobody cares if you use it or not, and then just keep playing those over and over. I don't know. Make up my own song, write my own instrumental. Who knows? Big run for the Bills here. Out to midfield. 3 minutes to go in the half. 21-11 Cincy. The Bengals have had it 3 times. They've scored 3 touchdowns. Colts actually have 9 first downs to 7 for the Jags. Let's watch this drive. He's thrown the ball 5 times. 3rd and 8 here at the 30. Low snap. Fires it complete. That'll be a first down to the 22. 7:45 to go in the quarter. Big drive for the Colts if they want to try to get back in this thing. And certainly to instill some confidence in the quarterback and the offense. It kind of works both ways. If the defense knows you can't score, your defense knows you can't score, they're not playing as hard. And if your defense knows you can score, they're going to try to get some stops and get back in it. Five of 6 for 43 yards for Leonard. End around. Get a block. Give him like 2. Knocked his helmet off. Where are we at? Minnesota and the Redskins are the first one that's going to go to the half most likely. They're the only ones inside the 2-minute warning. I don't know how the Redskins or the Vikings didn't score the last drive. They're up 14-0 moving it. As things stand, I'm going to try to go ahead today because we're still kind of new, a lot of people, and the chat's not so totally packed to where I can't answer questions, only verbally. I'm going to try to type in any of the plays at halftime. That way you'll see them as well. Looks like the playoff lines are out in the college. I'll have to run those down to you in a little bit. What the hell? Let's do it now. James Madison, Oregon. I'm seeing some 20s and a 20 and a half out there. I made it 18 myself. Tulane and Ole Miss. This is a rematch from earlier this year, right? Ole Miss kicked the shit out of them. I don't know what to make of this. I only made it 13. And I didn't take anything away from Ole Miss for the coaching adjustment, by the way. Either maybe a couple. Take it back. I took away 2. I may need to give them back because the defensive coordinator's not the head coach, and the offensive coordinator's still there, and the players might well galvanize behind these guys. I don't know. I'll have to reassess. I'm not in the interest of taking Tulane yet. If it gets to 17, I'll have to think about it, just out of principle. Texas A&M, I made a 2-point favorite over Miami of Florida. It's 3.5 and some 4.5 out there, and then Alabama, Oklahoma. I made Oklahoma actually a 3-point favorite. I hate my number there. I'll have to make an adjustment to Alabama. I didn't want to dock them too much for yesterday, but Alabama's going the wrong way. They don't belong in these games, but their body of work says that they do outside of the first game of the season. So I don't know. That's neither here nor there. Nothing stands out. I would say Oklahoma's probably worth a look at +2 or better, even though I think that they have the worst unit of the whole playoff, which is their offense. And that includes James Madison and Tulane. All right. It's like we're going to go to the half in Minneapolis. Yeah, Vikings are taking a knee. All right. 14-0. Redskins 3.5. 20.5. Market's coming 3.5 on the Redskins. 21 over 15. No opinion. El Paso. Browns are punting on 4th and 7. 7 minutes to go in the half. We've got 8 games in this early window, and the way I talk about them in the halftime terms is currently there's 1 in. Redskins and Minnesota are in. The other 7 are not in. And as they continue to come in, I'll start continuing to number them as they're in. And then once the second half starts, they'll be out. Technically, I like to say back right now. So there's 1 in and 7 back. And then once they start, they're out. And that just keeps me on top of the fact that the number 8 has to be the key. There's 8 games going on. As long as you can remember that and work with how many are in and out, and then you can see a lot of the odd screens places, the odd service places will have a countdown clock on the timer that starts at the 14 minutes, which is how long the halftime is. As soon as it goes in, it starts at 14 minutes, and so you'll have an idea of when they come out. So obviously the Vikings and Minnesota or Minnesota and the Redskins are the first one in. They'll also be the first one out, obviously. Harbaugh looks disgusted about something. 6 minutes to go in the half. 10-3 Pittsburgh has 1st and goal. Leonard's pass on 3rd and 7 is batted away. They're gonna have to settle for a field goal. Sprint left touchdown. Steelers. Super impressive. 16-3, point pending. Groupie was picked up by the Colts on Wednesday. They had to get rid of Badgley. He missed an extra point last week that actually cost him the game because they ended up being down by 4 late and not being able to kick a field goal to tie it. Achane, he's into the great wide open out near midfield. Dolphins 21-7. Inside of 7 minutes, he's going to sit down. Looks like he might have hurt himself a little bit. We got touchdown Falcons. Darnell Mooney. Incomplete. Oh, no. That's a horrific beat. He said he didn't reestablish. He did reestablish, didn't he? They're going to have to kick a field goal. That's a tough one. 4-point swing. Bengals get it back. I don't know how, but they're on the move here. 21-11. Burrow fires. Incomplete. Flag down. That'll be a first down, a holding on the defense. Maybe an interference. A couple of these feeds I'm watching today are so far behind the red zone, it's like not even funny. Like this Jacksonville Colts feed I'm watching, I got to find a different. There's got to be a better feed than this. Let's see. That's kind of like a national game, right? And this game is on. Oh, no, no, no. You got to be really careful this one. I'm changing multiple channels. Hang on. I got to get this fixed before the half. Jesus. Okay. All right. Orders are stored. Nothing's moving in the Washington, Minnesota halftime. It's still Skins 3.5, dog a quarter, a dog 15, sorry, and 20.5 flat on the total. Basically, a lot of the 21s are going away, which I was doing the work and I wrote down 20.5 myself, so I would lean under myself there, but obviously not this anything worse than 21. Bengals 2nd and 10 in Buffalo territory, trying to tack on here. The Bills get the ball at halftime. Those of you who did not chart the kickoffs or weren't here earlier, here they are. Washington, the Jets, the Browns, the Steelers, the Seahawks, the Colts, the Bucks, and the Bills all kicked. For halftime purposes, be cognizant of that. Those of you joining me for the first time, welcome in to the SWEATBOX. I am Rex Spires, your host here on YouTube TV and Twitch TV. Watching all the NFL today. In this early window, we're about to get to the halves. Let's see if we can get some work done. Pez out a couple of winners. So far, nothing yet, live or at half. I am going to try to chat that stuff as they come in and as we work to try to get them out. Bengals 3rd and forever. Burrow rolls right, stops. Now he's sending people towards the end zone. He tosses it up. Tipped, incomplete. Higgins was open. First of all, Higgins is back in the game, which is a miracle enough. As hard as he hit his head on the ground earlier. He almost caught it. 4th and 18. Jags have it back up 21-10. They're out near midfield. 4 minutes to go in the half. Not going to be a car crash today, but it could be close. Seattle, Atlanta's supposed to be going in soon. The Bengals and Buffalo, same thing. The other games are still at the 2-minute warning or outside the 2-minute warning. Ravens out past midfield. First down, trailing 17-3, 5.5 to go in the quarter. Bengals are punting for the first time. That's a shitty punt. Absolutely horrific. It didn't even go 20 yards. It had to be a shank. I don't think the wind's even hardly blowing. Just total mishit. Bills are going to start at their own 31 maybe. About an 18-yard punt there. 15-yard punt maybe. That's a big stat. Average yards gains on first down, the Colts 3.4, Jags 8.5. That's your whole game. Dolphins, inside the 10, down inside the 5, there is a flag. What happened here with the Jaguars? Oh, this is a fumble. Tootin fumbles it. Just a matter of whether they say he got it or not. Yeah, that ball's out. Colts are going to take over on a fumble from Jacksonville. 90 Stewart got in there and stripped it right as he was taking him to the ground. Really nice play. I upgraded big time on my Colts feed, by the way. When you saw me get up and make that change, that was what I was trying to fix. That CBS feed was pitiful. I actually found the CBS Jacksonville feed. Dolphins' big play gets taken away by offsetting penalties. Bills go to half, huh? How about that? Okay. 21-11. So now we have 2 in, 6 back. Redskins and Minnesota are only a couple minutes away from kickoff. No movement there. 20.5 flat on some totals. Let's see. Bills get the ball first. 6. 6.5 at the most. 6 is better. 27. 27.5. Snow 28. 28. It can't be 28. They're going to use 27.5. I got some Bills 6 and 27.5. Let's see what pops up. I'm seeing the first couple of numbers are popping up 7 on Buffalo. That to me seems absurd. Even though they get the ball first, you're telling me that you're going to give me the Bengals only -3 at this point? Yeah, that anything more than that would be a take. I'm not going to sit there and sprint to take 7 with Cincinnati, but 7.5 would be a bet. 7. I would say 7 even would also be worth a look on the Bengals. I'm going to put in an order here real quick. Seattle and Atlanta are going to go in at 6 all. That'll be 3 in, 5 back. Oh, what happened here? The Browns are in. Judy? Oh, big long play on 2nd and 10. It's going to score a touchdown, do a flip into the end zone. And it's snowing in Cleveland now, too. 16-14 Browns, 247. Point pending. Point good. 17-14 Cleveland leads Tennessee now. Titanicals can't stand prosperity. Dolphins have to settle for a field goal. They lead the Jets 24-7 at the 2-minute timeout. 27 I see for the total in Buffalo. 27.5 out there as well. I made it 27.5, so no opinion on the side that. I made the side 6, so I do lean Cincinnati. Don't love them, obviously, but out of principle, if it got to 7.5, that means you're going from 4 to 2.5. From laying 4 to laying 2.5, obviously, you know that's a monster edge in the NFL. Would be worth a look. So the Colts of the 2-minute warning have it at their own 47, and the Colts do get the ball first at halftime. As disastrous as this half has been, they can find a way to get points here and then double up after halftime. They're right back in the game. Seattle, let's see, 7.5. Seattle gets the ball first. 4, 21, 4 and 21, 21.5 under. Seattle, I see 3.5 and 21.5. Nothing to it for me. I made it 4 and 21.5 under. Let's see. So the Bengals and Buffalo. See, so we got, first of all, Minnesota and Washington are gone. So we now have, out of the 8 halftimes, we got 2 in, 1 out, 5 back. 2 in, 1 out, 5 back is the way we describe it, or the way I describe it. Hopefully try to get you guys into the same vernacular and get used to it going forward when we have a barrage of halftimes going off, for a lot of games that start at the same time. Did the Colts go for on 4th down and didn't get it? 150 to go here on 4th and 1. They're out of the gun. I'm going to see the, yeah, they didn't make it. Jags got 8 in the box. Yeah, good luck on this play. Yeah, the left side of Jacksonville's line just beat the shit out of the right side of Indianapolis' offensive line. 28 didn't have a chance. All right, let's see. Jets on the move, 24/7, 2-minute warning at the 35, first play of the drive. This is Wilson on a screen, I think. Give him about 10. 46 seconds left for the Bucs. They're at the 45. Their own 45, 3rd and 10. Draw play. Irving for about 9. They lead 10-7, and they do get the ball to start the second half. Saints, outside of that short field touchdown to start the game, have done nothing on offense. I'd see that continuing. I think Tampa Bay wins this game by as many as they want. I actually hope they don't do anything here. Boy, that flag on the Vikings came in like super late. Jaguars take over at the 45, up 21-10. Each team has all 3 timeouts left in that game. There's a penalty now. False start against the Jags. Be 2nd and 15. Okay. So we got 1 out, 2 in, 5 back still. I'm hoping that they all don't go at the same time. I mean, as a bookmaker, it used to be the biggest nightmare scenario when you'd just root for the games to be staggered. I mean, in a perfect world, if you have 8 games, each one would go to halftime about 4 minutes after the other. But that's not the way it works. I mean, obviously, there's going to be times where 3 of them go in at the exact, like within 15 seconds of each other, and you just got to, grind your way through it. But it's better for the players if they go in like that, because there's a better chance of a mistake. Now, obviously, it's not like the old days where you're making everything up from scratch. I mean, nowadays there's computers and algorithms and live lines everywhere, so it's not like you're splitting the atom. But every once in a while, you'd have somebody that had an opinion and would open up the line before everybody else, and then it was up to everybody else to decide, okay, this is clearly not the right line. Do I want to open up where it's supposed to be? Or somebody would open it up wrong on purpose because their exposure to the game was so far out they were trying to get buyback on the other side at halftime. I mean, everybody had a different way to do things before everybody just started following everybody else. Jags, big play on 3rd and 15, first down into Colts territory. Patrick the catch. Huge play. Not only does that keep the ball away from the Colts. It allows the Jags to keep it and get points before the half and not let the Colts double them up. I don't know. That's just a coverage bust. The corner just let the guy get behind him. There's no safety help. About a 40-yard gain down to the 20, 23. Let's see. Nothing to report new in Buffalo. The Bengals are still catching 7 at the half. There's varying degrees of juice, but 7's the number everywhere. With the game sitting 10, that's probably right. 27 flat is the most common total. All the 27.5s are either gone or juiced to the under. Seattle and Atlanta went in a minute or so behind that, about 5 minutes out. There, 3.5 minus 15, 3.5 minus 20 on a game that I made 4, and 21.5, which is what I made it as well. No opinion, no play. Five to go. It looks like New Orleans Tampa will be next, but not guaranteed for sure. I'm not sure why the Saints are calling timeout. Intercepted by the Jets. Dolphins will take over at their own 6. Probably knee it out. 3rd and 13, extremely ill-advised by Cook. You have to be uncatchable. If you're not gonna, if it has to be your guy or nobody. 3rd and 3 for Lawrence. He calls timeout. 1:02 left there. TB system play for Mega Mike Key. I agree with him. I am very anti New Orleans to begin with. I like Tampa Bay before the game. I'm actually hoping they don't score here. I want more value on Tampa Bay. Oh, wow. Draw. Yeah, good design. They got it, too. So Lawrence down to the 11, and the Colts call the timeouts now. They wasted 3 or 4 seconds. Browns are going to take a knee, and that'll be halftime in Cleveland. They're up 17-14. Tampa. Long field goal coming. Jacksonville running safe plays here to make the Colts burn all their timeouts up. You have to. You're playing with fire. You want to make sure that they lose their timeouts or they don't have any time left when you give it back to them. But you also want to make sure you get a touchdown and not just a field goal. Jackson's going to run in for the Ravens on 3rd and goal. 17-9 point pending. 17 seconds left there. Buck's not close enough for a field goal. It's going to be the end of the half. Mayfield had to throw a Hail Mary. Bengals are about to kick it to Buffalo. Ball's on the tee. Bills have lost 25 straight games when allowing 21 plus in the first half of any game. That's the longest active losing streak in the league. Yee. Lawrence's run down to the 4 will be 3rd and 1. Maybe 3rd and 2 at the 5. Jets get it back? No. What are the Dolphins doing? Run the clock out. Ravens missed the extra point. 17-9. Okay. Halftime in Tampa. 10-7 Bucks. Let's see. I make it 6 and 20 under. 19.5's better. 3.5. Yeah, that's a lay. Tampa Bay minus 3.5. Going to do everybody a favor and put it in the chat also. Tampa Bay, go, go, go. 3.5 flat or better. I made the total 19.5. There's 20s out. There's 20s over 15 and 20 under 15 out there. 20 flat. Yeah, Tampa Bay minus 3.5. It's actually good all the way to minus 15 if you must. But 3.5 flat or better on Tampa Bay. Mikey's system play is basically he likes to bet against the team that scores on the first drive and then not again the rest of the half. It happened yesterday actually in both of the first 2 games with Miami, Ohio, and also with BYU. And he got the money with Texas Tech and the Western Michigan. If depending on the line, I think you should have gotten it there too. There was some plus a halves available on Western Michigan in the second half. I think it fell even. I think they tied in the second half. So those would have both worked. And then now today there's one as well. The Saints score on a short field after the big return on the opening kickoff, and since then the Bucs have really dominated the game. 10-7 Tampa Bay. They've had the line of scrimmage. I'm really anti-New Orleans quarterback altogether. So, yeah, that's that. We've got Buffalo and Cincinnati are out. Seattle and Atlanta are out. Washington and Minnesota are out. So that leaves 5 total. 3 of them are in and 2 are back. 3 in, 2 back. Next up, Cleveland and Tennessee. That actually went in before New Orleans and Tampa Bay. I wrote down Tennessee Pickett, but again, I don't know. Cleveland got the ball first. They've seemed to be the team with all the momentum and the confidence now. The total is 17. I don't know what to make of that either when they scored 31 in the first half and both teams were up and down the field the whole time. I mean, I thought 17.5 would be a closer number based on how it's played out so far. Just can't get involved. It's starting to snow in Cleveland too, which means usually as long as there's no wind, that's an advantage for the players, for the offenses, I mean. So there's that. Wow, what happened in the Seattle-Atlanta game? Kickoff return for a touchdown? Jesus Christ, Falcons, you pieces of crap. Brutal. And the Jags scored a touchdown on 3rd and goal. Yeah, the Colts are completely discombobulated. They're liable to get run off the field in the second half. Yeah, Jags are going to be up 28-10. 7 seconds left before the half. Seattle 13-6, just starting the second half. 4 of them. The Jags are going to be the last one to go in. There's now 4 in. Tampa Bay, New Orleans, again, I've given you that, minus 3.5 worth the look. Let's see, Pittsburgh, Baltimore is next, 17-9. Pittsburgh kicked. Ravens 5. Ravens 4.5 is better. 4.5, 22. 4.5, 22. 4.5 and 22. Baltimore is 4-point favorite. 21.5 is where I see flat as the average price. I'm going to clear the mechanism right quick here. Nothing to it for me. A lean to the over only, but I couldn't do anything. 20.5 would be the overplay. Don't love it. Those half points are all important because the game's sitting on 8. And that means that the 2-point conversion's in play, which means the touchdown's not worth 7, it's worth 6 or 8. Tennessee, Cleveland, 1.5 and 17. Under is what it is. Yeah, nothing to it. That's about what I make, like I say. Let's see next. Let's see. Next is Miami and the Jets. The Colts have another injury. I can't see who it is. One of the corners looked like was sprinting to the locker room. The Jets ought to be a small favorite in the second half. Miami games always flip around. No one ever dominates the whole game. Jets 2. The quarterback, I forgot the quarterback's injured. Pick 17. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this quarterback's injured. Scratch the Miami Jets thought. I was thinking if the because Miami's a team that plays games that always whoever gets the money in the first half, the second half, the other team usually does, especially if it's a blowout one way. That's just the way that guy coaches. If they're getting beat, he's aggressive, trying to get back in it. If they're ahead, he gets real conservative. Cousins, complete over the middle. Falcons are on the move inside the 40. I'm going to have to make a couple of adjustments to the television situation coming out. The Colts-Jacksonville game's taking up too much prime real estate that I spent time on earlier, and need to put Seattle and Atlanta in a better spot to see. Probably flip that one, a couple others once we get out of these halves. As things stand, the 3 of them are out, 3 are out and 5 are in. None back. 3 out, 5 in. So this will end the halftime rush. It'll all be over in about 11 minutes. Yeah, I can't make anything to do with this Jets-Miami just because of the quarterback situation. I would love to have the Jets if Tyrod Taylor were healthy, just because the Dolphins will probably not be too much interested in doing a whole lot as long as their lead's 3 scores like this. It's hard to go under 17 and a half in an NFL game, though. I do think the points can stay on in Cleveland. I wouldn't be surprised if they keep scoring there. One of my buddies back in Costa Rica, very sharp. We used to call him the 2 bad teams guy because he just says 2 bad teams he always bets over. He just said that they always make the totals bad because they're bad. They make them low, and then 2 bad teams. Well, he said the defenses can't stop anybody most of the times. Why they're bad too. When I bet over, makes sense. Let's see. We got a big under move in the New Orleans-Tampa Bay game. I agree with that. I think I had scribbled down again. I told you Tampa Bay 6, maybe 6.5, no less than 5.5 for sure. And I thought maybe 19 or so would be right. I can't tell you how anti-New Orleans quarterback I am. That guy can't play. Jags and Colts are the last one coming in. Colts quarterback's out. Jags up 18. The Colts have a real chance to quit in this game. That's too bad because I really would like them in the second half if I knew what I was getting out of the quarterback. They've got almost no breaks in this game at all. And they just can't get Jacksonville off the field either, which that usually can change on a dime, but they haven't had any luck down that building. They haven't won there in 10 years. I do think the total's too low at 18.5. I'll go over that. I thought 20 would at least be the number. Anything less than 19 is worth a bet. Let's try 18.5. All right. Colts over 18.5 flat is in 2 units. Medium, second play of the halftimes. Thought process is pretty simple. I think Leonard will stay in the game and he'll be firing bullets the second half. The Colts are getting beat. They obviously will need to do something to get themselves back in it. Not necessarily for this game, but they got to see what they've got at that position. If Jones is done for the year, there's no time like the present to get your quarterback reps, and this is as good a chance as any. They got to play this game again in another week or 3 weeks, whatever. The 4th and 1 that the Colts did not convert at the 47 for Jacksonville was the play of the game. That would have gotten the Colts to within 21-13 or 21-17 and getting the ball at halftime. And instead, now you're down 28-10. And they scored right before the half. Absolute backbreaker. A. Straffon. Good stuff, pal. Thanks, pal. Appreciate you. Welcome to the SWEATBOX. Let's reset things here at the halftimes. We're almost 2 hours in today. My name is Rex Byers. Here on Twitch TV and YouTube TV. 8 NFL games in this early window. 3 of them are out of the halftime. 3 of them are out. 5 of them are in. 2 of them are imminently about to start. Tennessee and Cleveland, 17-14 Browns at the break. They're laying 1.5 and 17 under is the total there. Nothing to it. The other one about to go. Tampa Bay leads New Orleans 10-7. The Saints scored a touchdown on their first drive, and nothing since then. The Bucks are a decent-sized play in the second half, minus 3.5 flat. That's still painted. There is some 3.5 lay 15 out there also. 20 under the total. There is some 20 flat if you look hard enough. No opinion on that. Those are the next 2 that are going to go. Those are imminent within the next 30 to 60 seconds. The other 3 that are in all have a little bit more time. Pittsburgh, Baltimore in chronological order. Pittsburgh leads at 17-9 in Baltimore. Ravens are 4, 21.5 flat. There is some 4 minus money starting to pop up on Baltimore. I made this just a smidge higher myself, maybe 4.5, 5-ish. Ravens down 17-9, and Pittsburgh does get the ball first. Next up, the 2 others, Miami and the Jets. 24-7, the Dolphins lead that game in the Meadowlands. Jets did kick. Jets quarterback Taylor is hurt. I think he's out. Cook has been in for the Jets the whole second quarter and some change. 24-7 Miami there. I like to play against Miami in these spots when they're up by a bunch. I like to play with their food when they get big leads, but the quarterback situation for the Jets won't allow it. Total is 17.5 under, which I made it 17, so I agree with that. And the last one that will go out, which is 3 or 4 minutes behind the other games, the Colts and Jacksonville, 28-10 Jags at the break. Colts do get the ball first. Daniel Jones, an Achilles injury. He's done for the day. Riley Leonard, the rookie from Notre Dame, is the quarterback for Indianapolis. He had 1 drive where he was okay. The other one he didn't do. There wasn't much done at all, period. 28-10 Jags. They scored a touchdown right before the break. Big blow. Colts were stopped on 4th and 1 at the 47 with about 1 minute and 45 seconds left. And Jacksonville took it down, managed the clock wonderfully, converted on 2 third downs, and scored a touchdown. 1 and 18.5 on Colts. Jags over. My other play in the halftime window, 2 so far, over 18.5, flat or better, medium, 2 units on Colts. Jacksonville over. Thought process, again, for those just joining, Riley Leonard. It's going to be the Colts quarterback most likely for the foreseeable future, and it's probably a good chance, good dress rehearsal audition to get him as many reps. I would expect them to be coming out and throwing it pretty much by the time they walk out of the locker room. So that's where we stand here. Let's reset these things and recalibrate the screen one more time here in the halftime window. And we'll run down from this time from rotation order from the top. Start with all the scores and everything going on with the times as well. 17-0 Minnesota leads the Redskins. 4:55 to go in the third. Miami leads the Jets 24-7 at the half. That one's got about 2 more minutes before it kicks. Miami now favored a half point to a half minus 20, a half minus a quarter out there. There is a 1 lay 15 at Paradise Wager. which that half point's not worth hardly anything. I would rather lay, if you're going to lay anything with Miami, find the cheapest juice. If you're going to take the Jets, take the half plus 0.5. Total 17.5 under there. Tennessee Cleveland is now underway. 12:34 to go in the third. 17-14 Browns, who have the ball. Baltimore and Pittsburgh about to kick at 17-9 Steelers. Ravens again 4.5-point favorites, now starting to pop up pretty much everywhere late. It opened 4. 21.5 flat is the average price on the total. 13-6 Seattle leads Atlanta. Middle of the third quarter there. Jags 28-10 over Indianapolis. That's the last game at the half. Jags are laying 0.5 to 1. Total 18.5. The other two games, Tampa Bay leads New Orleans 10-7, 12:45 to go in the third. And the Bengals lead the Bills 21-18. Buffalo has scored a touchdown and has forced a punt. Yeah, the big move action point, no cap on Miami, is because the Jets don't have a quarter. That's the market betting against Brady Cook. The rookie out of Missouri is the Jets quarterback from here on out. And like I say, I'm not going to be on Miami, but I would have the Jets again for sure. As I've said multiple times, it would be a Jets play just because of how Miami's games go most of the time. The problem is that I can't count on the quarterback for the Jets to get him back in it. So just sit it out, go from there. The Jets' only touchdown came on a punt return, so it's clearly one-way traffic in that game. Okay, so everything's been reset here. We now have 5 out, 3 in. But Miami Jets and Pittsburgh Baltimore, our balls are pretty much on the tee. Mayfield, what the fuck are you doing? Gosh. Another game where the weather's a factor now. It wasn't raining in Tampa Bay earlier. That's the only way the Saints have a chance to score is if Tampa just gifts it to them. Christ. All right, 7 out, 1 in. Of the 8 early game windows, 7 of them are out of the halftime, 1 still in. Sam Darnold to Jackson Smith and Jigba. Good idea to get that guy the ball. Freak. 19-6 point pending in Atlanta, 6:16 to go. Quarterback for the Redskins looks like he got hurt too. Mariota's in now for them. Vikings are in the red zone here. Up 17, zap. First and goal for the Vikings. Bills are at their own 28 when they start this drive. That's the game that I'm ahead of you guys on. Big Fox out here in Las Vegas on the antenna. Everything else, of course, as you guys know by now, I'm streaming and are behind anywhere from 45 seconds to a minute behind all of you, most likely, or most of you, most likely. Knocks over the middle, first down to the 42 for Buffalo. Dolphins have kicked to the Jets. Wow. Oliver open for his second touchdown of the day. He was wide open. Makes you wonder what you'd have gotten out of Minnesota last week if McCarthy could play. I mean, the defense for the Vikings last week was lights out against Seattle. The problem is the offense couldn't hold up its end of the deal. That's good execution by the Vikings, but what are they doing? Okay, that's it. Ball's on the tee in Jacksonville. Half times are gone. I'll pop back in. Generally speaking, I like to take a little bit of a break once the halves are gone. Especially in the NFL, I don't do a whole lot. Like, I'm not going to go sprint to the window to bet something live right now. It'll always be something in the last couple of minutes, or if something's developing in the last 6 to 8 minutes of the game, that might pop up. So, and then we'll go over there are 3 games in the late afternoon window, and I'll certainly be around for the first half of all those as well. What we'll do for now is I'm going to throw up the odds screen and let you guys check that out if you want to, or be around. You can keep me on in the background. I'm going to mute myself. No music, unfortunately, Travis, because of the copyright restrictions that I just found out about yesterday. Yeah, so I'll be back. What is it? 2:56. Yeah, here on the SWEATBOX. The SWEATBOX. It'll be sweat time when I come back. Looking maybe at 45 minutes, give or take. I'd say that's about right. 3:40, 3:45 Eastern. We'll be here to sweat the end of the early window games, and to go over the 3 late games and any of my thoughts on those. So, catch up with you a little bit later. My name is Rex Byers. Thanks for checking me out here on Twitch and YouTube. We'll talk to you after a bit. It seems like in some of these windows, hopefully you guys are still around. If not, I'm back. Welcome back to the SWEATBOX. Hopefully we're in the SWEATBOX. It seems like some of these windows of these games are just filled with a bunch of nothing. And part of the problem, it's not the league's fault, but it stacks all these games. Last weekend was a good example because of Thanksgiving. You had 3 monster games with all good teams playing on Thanksgiving, and then Black Friday another game with good teams. And so now you got, there's no buys, but there were only 12 games left, 24 games. You had primetime windows to fill, and just a lot of trash out there. Just a lot of bad teams and bad matchups, and you just got games that weren't really all that good. It's kind of kind of sucks. To this card here, a lot of the same. Pittsburgh and the Ravens. Ravens ended up settling for a field goal in this last drive, so it's 27-22 in Baltimore. The Steelers are up 5, and other than that, and the Bills in Cincinnati. The Bengals with interceptions on back-to-back plays, and now the Bills are in business. First and goal up 32-28. That's a one-score game. Not for much longer, it doesn't look like. God, if you have the Bengals plus the points, this is going to be setting up to be a real tough beat. And Tennessee, Cleveland is 21-17. That's it. Everything else is, Tampa Bay is 24-17. I guess 3rd and 13. We'll see what they do here. 5 minutes and some change left there. Just a lot of clunkers, though. Miami beating the Jets 31-10. Minnesota over Washington 31-0. That one's already final. Seattle 37-9 in Atlanta. Jags 31-13 over Indy. No flag, incomplete to Otten. 4th and 13. 5 minutes to go. The Bucks are probably going to have to kick a field goal. The Colts game is an exercise in super frustration. I'm not sure how much of you guys have seen of that. The Colts had a touchdown taken off for a really, really chintzy pass interference penalty, offensive interference. Shouldn't have been called. They got called for 2 different penalties that extended Jacksonville drives earlier in the game. There was a Lawrence 4th and inches sneak where he was stopped short. They came in and pushed him after the whistle should have already blown. It didn't, and they gave him a first down. And now they just ran a 4th down play, and they didn't get it. Etienne, out of a single wing, actually ran into his own lineman before he got to the line of scrimmage. Point is the Colts have been on the ass end of the whistle. There was an interception they threw that started this Jacksonville drive that wasn't even – it was a terrible call. It was simultaneous possession. The receiver had the ball. I have no idea in what world that could be an interception. Pittman caught it, and then they were on the bottom of the pile fighting for it. And then he took the ball from him. Like after it was over with, he ended up with the ball. Like in what world could that ever be a defensive possession? Like I don't get it. Don't understand it. Allen on 3rd and goal. Is this a touchdown? It is. What an incredible play by Allen. Dawson Knox in the end zone, and the Bills have extended their lead to 38-28 with 3:09 left. Point pending. What's this? They're making fun of Shadur Sanders. That's funny. All right, 3rd and goal for the Titanicals, 21-17. Ward, 13 of 27 for 112 with 1 TD and 1 pick. Perhaps his most noteworthy play of the day was he was all but buried in the backfield, and he got out of it and threw an incomplete pass. There's a touchdown pass. He's 14 for 28 now. DK. 27-17, Titanicals. Going to get me to the barn there. I think +4 is safe. Oh, Allen's pass, they called it incomplete, so it's 4th and goal now. They're going to take that away. It was late, but they called him out of bounds. So they're going to go for it. 32-28. They're not going to kick the field goal. 4th and goal at the 3. 3:09 left. Motion right. Play fake. Pump. Pump again. Fire. Touchdown. Jackson Hawes. Allen. And now we got a little bit of Kincaid. 98 for the Bengals are getting into it. So 3:03 left now after the Buffalo touchdown. 38-28 point pending. Jacksonville lost a challenge a minute ago going for the spot that led to the 4th and 1 where they didn't convert. Now they're challenging another pass that the Colts threw in the end zone, they want a safety. They think his knee was down. They called it incomplete on the field. I don't know what Steratore saying. I got no volume. Buffalo's extra point is good. 3:03 left, 39-28 Bills. We got a fumble by Pittsburgh. There's a review coming. I didn't see it. Nope. They overturned it. Leonard's knee was down before he got the ball at safety. 33-13 Jags. 6:55 left. Second half overdrawn dead. It is bot. No, they have not. I don't know what that is, Mikey. Got to be more specific. Oh, yeah. One of my other buddies, not going to say who it is, has Schaff in fantasy because of buys. Let me just make this clear about this game. Tampa Bay second half, but I don't care what the result is. It wasn't a bad play. The Schaff rushing touchdown on the 34-yard or whatever, they ran that misdirection and got him they got some blockers in front of him. Good play, good concept. The other one, kind of trash. I guess I just have to come to the realization that even though the guy can't throw, the Saints have been an organization that's prided themselves for years on finding Swiss Army knives as guys that can help run an offense. Taysom Hill's been there for like 15 years. And, I mean, he's doesn't hardly ever play quarterback, but when he does, he has some tools that can be effective. He can't start. He's like a Tebow type. He can't start in the NFL. He's not good enough to play quarterback on a day-to-day basis. But to do some things as gadgets and Swiss Army knife type plays, it works. And this guy would be probably the same thing. Like he's not good enough to throw the football to people every day, every down in the NFL. He's not. You're not going to tell me otherwise. There's one thing I do really well is evaluate talent at that position. He can't play, but he does enough good things that in a game like this where they've pulled out all the stops. And he's running read options now and shit. I mean, look, they're trying to milk it out. Listen, I'm rooting for the Saints to win it at this point. The Bucs aren't going to cover them. Fuck them. Let them lose outright. Gesicki over the middle from Burrow. First down Bengals. Inside of 2:45, the clock they've got. It was a big gain. Yeah, Burrow threw interceptions on back-to-back plays. I do have a faster feed on the Buffalo Bengal game than all you guys do, so I will do some play-by-play from that if it gets close enough. The rest of it is just me watching, reading, reacting, and seeing what's going on. The Red Zone Channel's feed is always faster than all the games. I don't know why that is, but they're all on delays. Gesicki gets out of bounds. 2:25 to go. Bengals, it's imperative. They only have one timeout left. Imperative to score a touchdown before the 2-minute warning or kick their field goal and get out of the way. It's up, you're down 11. You're going to have to get it at some point. You're behind me there, Mike Hughes. There was no touchdown the first time. There was the second time. At the 25, 2nd and 6, Burrow drops back, fires. He's got Iosivas, and, he couldn't hang on there. Oh, it was Brown. I didn't see the route. Did he line up out there, or did he run a wheel? Either way, it's incomplete. Thought he had it for a second. Defensive back for Buffalo made a pretty good play. It would have been a tough catch. 3rd and 6. I like the fact that they're taking shots before the 2-minute warning. They're still going to have to eventually onside kick it. Here comes a blitz from the Bills. Got Higgins. One-handed catch, touchdown, Bengals. Wow. T. Higgins. 2:13 to go, 39-34. Bengals back inside the number. They're going to go for 2. I mean, the defensive back literally had one of his hands, and so he just said, okay, I only need one. Burrow's second interception wasn't his fault. The first one, I have no clue what that was. But he's been so good in this half. I mean, really so good all day, to be honest. It's so funny what a different game it is now. My receivers coach in high school was a guy named Tom Turner. His claim to fame probably would be that he graduated college from Western Kentucky, I think in 1972. As a rookie, he went to go try out for the Miami Dolphins, and he was the last player cut from the team that ended up going undefeated. So there's the trivia about my receiver coach, and the story there. 2-point attempt is no good. 39-34, sitting 5 with 2:13 left. So the story with him is he always used to say, 2 hands, like everything, all the receiver drills. You never want to have it to where you're catching it like this, because if the ball hits your hands, it goes down rather than up. You want to tip it up to yourself. I mean, this is how I was taught back in the 90s, so just goes to show what a different game it is. Now everybody's trying to catch everything with one hand. Of course, those guys don't run 5 flat or 5 140s like I did either, so a little different game. Ah, 39-34 the Bengals slide back inside the impost. Now the key is whether they can get the onside kick or not. Seattle has beaten the Falcons 37-9. That's a final. They cover all numbers. And somewhat miraculously, given the game stayed at halftime at 6-6, game does go over the total. Jags end up 36-13 now, 4:41 left. Onside kick there, Scott. Oh, no. Here we go. They actually have 2 guys back deep. Are the Bengals going to kick it? Oh, they are. The Bengals are going to kick it deep with only 1 timeout left. I can't believe this. Oh, man. This is interesting. Okay, so 2:07 left. So now the question becomes, do you call the timeout on this side of the 2-minute warning? The problem with that is if you do, now you give Buffalo a chance to throw the ball without there's no penalty on them, because the clock's going to stop at the 2-minute warning regardless. I think you have to let them run a play without calling the timeout. So you got to get a stop on first down, of course, and then call your timeout on the back end of the 2-minute warning. Let's see how they pull it off. I can't believe they kicked it off. Game's almost a cinch to fall 39-34 now. Here's the first play. It's a power play to Cook. He bangs it forward for about 4. That's it. 2-minute warning. 2nd and 6 for the Bills. 39-34, they lead the Bengals. That's the game I got on my live feed. Top of the hour here. Welcome into the SWEATBOX. My name is Rex Byers. Here on Twitch TV and YouTube TV. NFL Week 14 action. Thanks for sweating it out with me. Not a whole lot to sweat, to be honest with you, when it comes to the point spread, with the exception of this, obviously, Bengals and Buffalo game. Most everything else seems to be decided. Pittsburgh-Baltimore, I guess I should say, too, obviously needs to have a little bit more attention. I'm going to see what my situation with the TVs looks like here now that I think about this. Top of the hour means I can get maybe some bonus coverage here now that the CBS Raiders game won't start the Raiders starts at the top of the hour. Fuck off. Gosh dang it. Okay, so let's go over that then. The only game starting at 4:05 Eastern, 105 Pacific is taking place 4 miles down the street, up the road north of my condo at Allegiant Stadium. The Raiders hosting Denver. The Broncos 8 and 40.5. We have a Raiders investment there. Don't ask me why. Lots of reasons. It's tough to get your really excited about betting the Raiders. I know they've been bad. Last week was really the first time they let go of the rope. They've been competitive most of the year. The Broncos off of an East Coast trip to play in overtime, so almost a 5-quarter game. And, it was a night game last week. It's a rivalry situation. They've got next week up they've got a was it a division game, a division sandwich? I'm trying to think where I'm misplacing my trends. There's something that's happened with the game that makes me like the Raiders pretty good. At eight, it's just too many points. So do like the Raiders. And also the 2 other late games. I also like Arizona against the Rams, plus 9.5. Anything over 8 was a good bet on Arizona in my mind. You got the Rams in another situation where they're off of a bad loss, but they also have Detroit up next week in a playoff revenge game. It's a sandwich spot. Arizona's been playing hard. Arizona doesn't get blown out. Arizona's quarterback will keep them in the game. They throw the ball a ton. The back door will be open. Big fan of Arizona, big fan of the Raiders. I'll hold your nose on both of those, especially on the Raiders. And then the Packers in Chicago, in Green Bay, the big Fox game in the late window. I'll have that one on the live feed with the Raiders on CBS. 6.5 minus money and 43.5, 44 the total in that game. No opinion at all. Can't wait to watch it. The kick is good from Tennessee, 31-17 with 6:16 to go. 2-touchdown lead for the Titanicals. Blocked punt set that score up. Colts are inside the Jacksonville 27, inside the 30. 2nd and 2, 2:45 to go. Obviously, they're going to try to let this quarterback get some work, which is why I liked over to begin with. It hasn't worked out the way I wanted it to. Little unfortunate. But also probably the wrong side. They haven't caught any breaks, though. I explained that to you a little bit ago. The Colts have been on the ass end of the whistle all day. Hussey's crew has done everything it could to keep this game under the total, and it still didn't happen. Third and 9. Jackson over the middle, complete. That's his Flowers inside the 20, the 15 down to the 12. First down, Ravens. 3:23 to go, clock moving. The Raiders have kicked it to Denver. The ball was on the tee, and the Raiders kicked. So there we go. We're underway in Las Vegas. Raiders, good coverage. Stopped them at the 18. They seem jacked up. Let's go, Raiders. Come on, show a little pride today. Oh, the Bucs almost threw a pick on 2nd and 10. It should have been intercepted. Wow, Likely just dropped a touchdown pass. Oh, is he going to call it a touchdown? Likely had it, but I don't know if he completed the process or not. Mayfield rolls right, keeps it, gets out of bounds after a gain of about 5. It'll be 4th and 5. 1:27 left. Pierce for the Colts has caught a touchdown pass from Leonard, it looks like. They'll review it. They've been fucking the Colts all day. I wouldn't be surprised if they take this away, too. He looks hurt. This is great. Just have another injury. Why not? It's almost to the point where you're better off taking knees sometimes. Just not your day. The scoreboard's not reflective of the way that this game's been played. The Colts have been far more competitive than this. They really haven't caught any whistles at all. They're going to take it away from him. It'd be like the ball was like moving around at the end. Looks like the Bucs are short. He has to touch the 30. The ball does. If it's not touching the 30, there's no measurement. It's either he's got the line or he's not. Nope, short. Now, it's inside the last 2 minutes. They could easily go to the booth to review it, but I don't know. I don't know. God, I guess it is short. Wow, that's it. Bills have beaten the Bengals 39-34. Three final, 5 to go. The sweat, I think, is over with in the Tampa game. Yeah, he's short. That's it. Colts, there's nothing. The Colts took the touchdown away. About what I expected. 36-13. Third and 10 now. 2:06 left. Third down for the Broncos. They've gotten enough to move the sticks. Third and 2, gain of about 5. Leonard's pass is caught. Complete first down. Downs to the 6. First down, 2-minute warning. What did they call this call in Baltimore-Pittsburgh? Is it a touchdown? They didn't give it to him? Nope. I don't think it is. I'm rooting for the Ravens, but I don't think that's a touchdown either. 24 made a great play sticking with it for the Steelers. Any CBS bonus coverage isn't going to happen. I need to get something on Fox. Is there anything going on Fox? Nope. Not worth watching. New Orleans has beaten the Bucs 24-20. Shocking to an extent. It'll probably kill some people in Survivor. Although I don't know who all carried Tampa Bay this late in the season. 7.5 and 41.5 the total. One of the higher point spreads of the day, along with Seattle and the Rams. Miami 34-10 over the Jets. That is final. 4th and 5, incomplete. .222 left. Ravens have all 3 timeouts. The Steelers will take over at the 5. Up by 5. The Raiders beat the Broncos 8 in a row, and they've lost the last 3. Nix drops back and fires it over the middle, complete. Into Raider territory. First down, 11.5 to go in the first. Out here in Las Vegas, 10-2 Broncos, up 2-10 Raiders. Actually, a monster game for one-seed implications. The Raiders have already beaten New England, so if Denver wins this game, one of the tiebreakers for the one seed will be head-to-head against common opponents, and that would favor the Broncos. So they would clinch any tie-breaking scenario with New England. Fun fact, I don't think either team's very good, to be honest, so I don't really care if either one gets the one. .217 left. Steelers run the ball in first down. There's a timeout. Nix is sacked. .31-17 Browns on the move inside of 5 minutes. Sanders' pass is complete. They're into field goal range. Yeah, man. I mean, I don't have any sympathy for anybody who thought about thinking that Cleveland was ever going to be worth a play in any of these survivors or contests or anything. Like, in what world can that quarterback ever lay 4 points in an NFL game? I'd seen enough. I mean, he has no business being out there, period, let alone laying 4 points. All right, let's see. One-score game. Leonard's going to run it in for the Colts. 1:51 to go in regulation. 36-19 now. I would assume they'll go for 2 here. They do have 2 timeouts left, or whatever that means. Second half total would get there if we can find another way to score a touchdown. Broncos have got a couple of first downs stacked up, and they're in the red zone now. 9.5 to go in the first. Looks like the Browns score a touchdown. Let's see what happens here. First and goal at the 7. Shador. Oh, he's going to run it in. How about that? So 2 times today I've talked about quarterbacks that can't play and don't belong here, and they combined for 3 rushing touchdowns. Oh, shit. What a game. What a game. All right, let's see. So the early window's still open. We got 5 in, 3 still going, and then 1 out with Denver and the Vegas game that's just underway. 3rd and 7, incomplete Steelers, and the Ravens have 1 timeout left still. The Steelers are going to have to punt it with 2:08 left. The only problem I have with that play, if you're Pittsburgh, is you need to make sure that the punt at least gets it to the 2-minute warning. Like if for whatever reason this ball, the Ravens take over with more than 2:01, like 2:01 left or more, it's just such a horrible job because it opens up the Ravens for another play to do whatever they want to. I actually think that's encouraging for the Colts to get something out of Leonard because they're probably going to, well, not probably, they're almost for sure going to need him next week and for the rest of the year. So I'm not going to get any bonus coverage of any of this shit. I thought that the Fox people might give us a little bit of bonus coverage. They went for 2 and didn't get it. Oh, wait a minute. They fumbled it, and the Titans are going to run it back. Okay. Scratch that. That would have been something else. It's the right play math-wise. The Cleveland coach at least did figure that out. Down by 8, go for 2. Especially with someone like Sanders as your quarterback. You need to take as many chances as you can get points as possible. So, they're down 8. That would have been a catastrophe, though, if they decided if they went the other way and they would have put them up 10. All the people that are talking about you not going for 2 would have had a party with that one. Colts are going to let Jacksonville run it out. That'll be it in that game. 36-19 will be the final score. Second half's going to fall 17, loser. In addition to New Orleans, loser. Apologies. 0-2 on the second half efforts in the early window. Try to do better later, see if something pops up. If not, no big deal. They always play the national anthem every day. My friend Lynn Banker would always say that. Don't forget they play the national anthem every day, meaning that you don't have to bet every game that's on the board. You can always wait till tomorrow. All right. Let's see what else is going on here. Cleveland down 8, 4:27 left, Tennessee. Baltimore trails Pittsburgh 27-22. That's the 2-minute warning. We'll go from there shortly. I have a very slow feed on that game. I'm going to count on the Red Zone channel to help me out there. Bo Nix is rolling. Second down, fires. Out of the end zone, incomplete. 3rd and goal. That's the other game playing. Just started, Denver Raiders. The other 2 about to start in about 10 minutes. Chicago's in Green Bay. The Packers laying 6.5 minus a bunch. There also is some 7 flat out there. 7 dog money is also out there. 43.5, 44 the totals. But the Green Bay's team today has been fairly notable. I don't have any opinion. I think the Bears are horrific, but they have a tremendous coach. It's very tough to give him 7 points, no matter how bad his team is and his quarterback is. Rams, Arizona, again, I like Arizona really good. If it gets to 10 flat, which it's trying to look at, I would bet more Arizona. 9.5 flat, it's pretty much painted. And 49. All right. Bum Sanders, yeah. That's right. I love it. I've been sitting here bad-mouthing the New Orleans quarterback and the Cleveland quarterback all day, and they both suck, and they ran for 3 touchdowns. Hard to handicap that. Nance and Romo on the call. That's unfortunate that I get stuck with the Denver Raider game instead of this on the fast feed. The line of scrimmage to start this drive for Baltimore is 26. They need 74 yards in the last 2 minutes. They do have 1 timeout left. Holding on the Ravens. Jesus Christ, what the fuck are they doing? 1st and 20s, they're going to make something, a hard task harder. Bo Nix is running in for a touchdown for the Broncos if there's no flags. Yep. 6:06 to go, 14 plays, 81 yards, 854. Could not ask for a worse start as a Raider bettor. Lots of orange in the building today. No surprise there. There sure shouldn't be much black. 1st and 20, dump off to the back for the Ravens. Gets about 7 back. Be 2nd and 13. Clock will move inside of $1.40 now. And the Browns have forced a punt. They'll get it back at about the, let's see, it bounces at the 15. Or at the 20 or 21. 2:45 left, 2:44 left. 31-23 Titanicals. Need to find a way to turn off my college basketball extra games alerts NFL Sundays. I don't really care about St. Francis and Radford or whoever the hell they played. Decent gain, but they have to call timeout. Jackson gets about 10. So it's going to be 4th and 2. 4th and a long 1, short 2. About 40 seconds left. They're going to call timeout. Roughing the passer against the Titanicals. Not smart. Notre Dame opts out of a bowl game. Is that even allowed? I don't want to play anymore? I guess they can do whatever they want to. They're not in a conference. It would seem like if you're in a conference and there are all these conference ties to bowl games that you have to play. I mean, it's like a rule or some shit. Jackson's pass is complete over the middle to one of his tight ends. The clock continues to move, but it is a first down. They're out to the 42. There's only about 35 seconds left. They're going to have to get busy living or get dying trying or whatever the hell the saying is now. The 30 seconds already. Way too much time they're taking just to even get one first down. Jackson's pass is caught down inside the 40. Clock's moving inside of 20 seconds. They're going to have to spike it. They do. 16 seconds left at the 39. I don't like the fact that they keep obviously the Steelers are doing whatever they want to or doing whatever they can to keep the ball in the middle and away from the side. But it doesn't mean you can't try to throw it over there sometime. He's got a good enough arm, and he's got a a couple of receivers are good enough to run routes to get them over and out of there. I don't like no more of this shit. The Steelers are going to call a timeout this time. They've got 2 left, now 1 left. 16 seconds left, 2nd and 10 at the 39. Down by 5. Raiders on the move now. Geno Smith hits his receiver over the middle. Raiders have changed their offensive coordinator this week. Greg Olson's taken over on an interim basis, not the one that's the announcer for Fox, the other one. Chip Kelly was relieved of his duties. I'd heard some stories from people in town that have said it was a total shit show over there, just a complete zoo. Guy was calling plays off the wrong card. They were stuff they were working on in the game plan, and he was calling stuff that they didn't work on all week. Like Geno Smith was like, "What the fuck are you calling?" I don't understand what the call is. Like just some crazy shit. Like nothing you'd see out of a professional team. I mean, ever. And it's crazy because Chip Kelly was an innovative mind, and we're talking going back 15 years. He was the smartest guy in all of football. Coaching New Hampshire, and then went to Oregon, and look what he did at Oregon. And then he went to coach the Eagles, and he did some shit with the Eagles that was pretty high end. Like 2012, I think it was. He was doing some stuff that no one had seen before. But either he's too old. I don't know. Something's happened. He lost his fire. He got paid a bunch, and he just said, "Screw it, I'm done." It's hard to know, but certainly he hasn't been anywhere near. He hasn't done anything close to what he's needed to fulfill his end of the deal, and the Raiders had no choice but to get him out of there. All right, Ravens, 9 seconds left, 3rd and 1 now. Did get out of bounds. Need to fix one of my TVs. I forgot to put the Rams in Arizona on. They got him. That'll do it. Ball game. Steelers win at 27-22. All right. That'll do it from the early games. Well, I'll take it back. Cleveland is still going. God, I'm fake news. 2-minute warning. The Browns have it down by 8, 31-23. Ball is on the tee at Lambeau Field, the frozen tundra of Lambeau Field. Packers will kick. Kenny Albert and Jonathan Vilma on the call in Glendale as my 3-9 Phoenix Cardinals take on the 9-3 Rammers. Raiders dump it off on 3rd and 3, complete. They're giving this number 80 some heavy dosage for the Raiders. They got a face mask on the Titanicals. I don't know if they called it or not. Oh, they did. 33. He literally grabbed onto the face mask and took a ride with the guy. So the Brownies are 1st and goal now with 1:13 left. The 1-11 Titans against the 3-9 Browns. I don't think you understand how important it is for for Cleveland fans. They need to understand how important it is to lose this game. You can't be losing draft capital and miss out on a quarterback again because of this. Megan O'Leary, I have my question answered. If you guys were with me last night, you will remember that I did talk somewhat about Megan O'Leary covering the fights. I was like, I wonder if she's got an NFL game tomorrow. I was like, well, the Raiders are on CBS and not on Fox, so probably not. I said, but if she does have one, I'm sure Arizona is the most logical destination. Lo and behold, there she is on the Arizona sidelines. Rams kicking off to the Cardinals, and there you have it for the late window kickoffs. Packers, Rams, Raiders all kicked. Broncos in, Browns in. Harold Fannin Jr. touchdown. They're going to go for 2 to try to tie it up. That was actually a really nice throw by Sanders. I'll give him his credit there. That 44 for the Browns is a really good player. He does so many things well. Really good blocker. Can catch, can run. Oh boy, here we go. Trick play. What the fuck was that? Oh, Jesus. Seen better plays in high school. Jeez. It just keeps getting funnier. Watch the replay. Oh, shit. Oh, God, that's incredible. All right. The Tentacles are going to get the cash for me, not without giving me undue consternation. I think it was worth it to have to sweat it out just to see the Browns do that. Raiders bang it right in the quarter. Brock Bowers has found the painted area. Absolute fucking monster that guy is. Last play of the first quarter. It's 7-all. Each team has had the ball once. Each team has found the paint. The Broncos took about 9.5 minutes. The Raiders took about 5.5 minutes. We'll start the second quarter in Las Vegas, 7-all, right where we started. Now let's see if the Raiders can maintain a little momentum on offense after the first drive scripted bullshit. All right. Boy, that fucking Cleveland, that was funny shit. Here comes the onside kick. Let's see what happens here. First time the Broncos have given up a touchdown in the opening drive the whole season. Onside kick. Titans get it at the 47. Browns have 2 timeouts left. 1:02 on the clock. 2 timeouts. Rams kicked off. Arizona has it. Clock moving inside of 13 minutes here. Oh, I'm way behind. I don't know what happened here, but good deal. Great start. Arizona's in. Touchdown. Cardinals. Let's go! Come on! Me and my ugly ass dogs. I remember I was talking to a couple of friends. They said, what do you like in the NFL? I said, I'm embarrassed to tell you. Let me see the exact quote. One of my buddies, he made fun of me pretty good. Titanicals, Bucks, Raiders, Cards. He said, yuck. Another one said, couldn't bet that with your money. I don't blame him. I'd have said the same thing to him. Titans, Bucks, Raiders, and Cardinals. 4 sides today. Anyways, great work. Cardinals are on the board early. Took them 2 minutes and 55 seconds. 7-0. Rams get the ball after the Cardinal touchdown. My 2 live feeds in this late window are Bears-Packers on Fox and Raiders-Broncos on CBS. I have a delayed feed on the Brissett-led Cardinals against the Rammers. And on that note, I'm going to check out for a bit. There's only 3 games. You guys can see what's going on yourself. You don't need me for it. I'll be back certainly before the halftimes, and we'll go over that, and we'll see what to do going forward. I'm actually going to hang tight until this Tennessee-Cleveland goes final in case something stupid happens up there. that requires some sort of an overtime bet or whatever. I'm almost surely not going to do anything. If somehow the Titans blow it at this point, forget about it. Shedeur Sanders has thrown for 365. The argument being, obviously, that the reason that he's thrown for that many is because they've been playing from behind the whole game. I mean, the Titans have been ahead from the get-go. It's never not a sweat to cover the points. 3rd and 9. Browns are out of timeouts. 52 seconds left. I'm on a delayed feed here. Handoff. Pollard. Just stay in bounds, you turkey. Oh, he's cutting it back. Oh, man. Great work. He ran about 10 seconds off. They didn't run the clock out, but they got damn close. He did an incredible job there. Let's see what the difference between the play clock and the game clock is. 1 second. Oh, that's awesome. Just take a snap and take a knee. This is great. This is going to be awesome. Titans are going to win it. That Pollard, I mean, what a great play. It eliminates the need for a punt. Eliminates the need to drop back and throw an arm punt. You know, whatever you can to run the clock out. What a great play by Pollard. It really was. They're going to take a delay a game or going to call a timeout. One or the other. To delay a game's fine. Yeah, so 1 second left. They're going to be able to take a knee, and that'll be it. Could you imagine, like, being in a – and I guarantee there's people that are like that. You guys are probably – some of you are probably in that situation, either yourselves or with people in leagues where you're playing and there's fantasy implications and you got quarterbacks on the bye. I mean, Lord knows some of you have Dart, some of you have Purdy, some of you have May, some of you have the Carolina guy, Young, and you got, okay, well, what do I do now? We're on a bye. The playoffs are here almost, blah, blah. What do I do? And, I mean – do you think, or not just you, but it could be anybody that's in this situation, and they pick up like, well, fuck it, let's just pick up Shedeur Sanders. They're playing in a game, even though the total's only 33. You know, the bottom line is they're playing against a bad team, so why not? I mean, I think I would quit playing fantasy football forever if I got beat. If I was playing in a playoff game, especially, but even in a game to decide my fate for the season, whether to go to the playoffs or not. And Shedeur Sanders was the quarterback for the other team, and I got beat by that. That's the whole reason why playing fantasy is just a total dart throw at this point. I got into fantasy football back in the 90s. I love it. The last year I played was the year of COVID. Once that was over, once COVID came, I decided I was just going to quit all fantasy. Just too much time. It was helping me for a long time in sports and handicapping and booking and making numbers, and towards the end, it just got to be a drain. Plus, it helped a lot when I was in Costa Rica. I enjoyed playing because we'd have the drafts in person with a bunch of other people that were in the business, bettors, bookies, all kinds of characters and shysters. It was one of the funnest nights of the year. Was one of my draft nights, a couple of my draft nights. Okay, so yeah. Early window's closed, and we've got 3 games in the late window. They're all underway. Broncos 2nd and 13 out near midfield. They fire a completion. It's going to be 3rd and about 7 at the 47. 12 minutes to go in the second quarter. Clock moving there. Arizona 7-0 over the Rams. Rams have a first down out near midfield. About 10 minutes to go in the first. I'm way behind on that feed. The other 2 I'm ahead of you guys with the antennas. Chicago, Green Bay, no score, middle of the first quarter. Packers on the move. And that'll do it for me. I'm going to come back around, I don't say do it. They'll do it for me for a little bit. The Raiders 2-minute warnings when I'll come back. So it won't be that much longer because that game is speeding along. Maybe call it a half hour. So give or take, I'm going to take just a little bit of a break and I'll catch up with you guys then, and then I'll hang out until after the halftime go in for Rams and Packers, and when they're done, we'll go from there. Figure it out. Be good. Talk to you guys in just a little bit, and I am going to mute it. And no odds screen because, hey, no reason to look at the odds now. All the games are gone. 2-minute warning of the Raiders. I'll check back with you guys then. All right. Let's see. Not a whole lot happening up at Lambeau Field. No score. Packers are in the red zone. 9:25 to go before the break there. Remember, I have a fast feed. Rams, Arizona knotted up at 10. 8:34 to go before the break in Glendale. Broncos up 14-7 out here at midfield, 2nd and 10. Broncos have gained 36 yards, I think, on this drive. Nix drops back, fires it complete. Ingram on the outside at the 43. It'll be 3rd and 3. I'm not going to sit here and give you play-by-play the whole day, but obviously, in the context of what we're doing now, seems appropriate here. Get ready to go to the halftimes. 3rd and 3, it's to Sutton. It's behind him, and it's incomplete. And now the Broncos have a decision to make. They did not. They had a 56-yarder earlier or 58-yarder earlier that they didn't take, and he ended up punting it. Now they're going to probably go for it, which this is interesting because it opens the door for the Raiders to do something if they don't get it. Broncos are 5 for 9 on 4th down this season. Huge play here. Come on, Raiders. Get a stop. Do something. Touchdown Packers, 3rd and 10. Love is hitting Watson in the end zone. He's doing some dancing. And now he's going to do the leap. 9:19 to go before the half. Broncos have completed a pass to Franklin for a gain of about 5. First down clock is at 20 seconds, and they've called a timeout. 9:19 to go before the break. Packers 6. Bears 0, point pending. God, the Bears sent a blitz and nobody got close. Great job by the Green Bay line. I'm sick of this fucking Knicks. More of his crap. It's real hard. I mean, you have to talk about how coaching, whether it matters or not. When you see teams like Chicago and Denver winning games, I mean, and their quarterbacks are so putrid, just goes to show how important coaching is. And to an extent, Green Bay, although that quarterback played great last week. He still makes too many mistakes. They're saying there's a bobble in this Denver Raiders game. It might not be complete. They're reviewing it. Oh, fucking pieces of shit. Jamming a commercial up our ass. Anytime that somebody scores, like at the end of the quarter, they just stick it to you the whole rest of the quarter. Like, the Raiders scored a touchdown in the last play of the first quarter, so that cheated them out of a commercial, right? So then the Raiders had a guy hurt, like critically injured, like might die. They took 2 commercials for that. Now they're taking another one on the replay with 20 seconds left because not enough timeouts have been called yet. Like, it's a joke. I mean, and, we sit here and willfully watch it every fucking week. Extra point for the Packers is good. 7-0 Green Bay, 9:19 to go in the first half. Live price, 10.5 and 35.5. I like Green Bay. It's not that I like Green Bay. I'm very anti-Chicago. I just don't know about laying all these points against a coach that's this good, but the quarterback just so bad. I mean, 45 gave him a great shove. I don't know what they're going to end up doing here. Oh, they're saying because of the bobble it might be a spot. Okay. Makes sense. They're showing the replay. It looks like 63 for Green Bay actually was a little early. Let's see what the ruling here is here in Oakland or in out here. Brady had to do the World Cup draw in Washington, D.C. on Friday, and then he had to go to Green Bay today. That's a tough beat. If I was one of them announcers, I'm spoiled by the weather. If I was one of these announcers, I'd be rooting for like the Dolphins to be good every year and the Bucks. Texans are okay. Dallas, New Orleans, Atlanta, Cardinals, Raiders, Rams, Chargers. Everybody else, unless they play indoors, no thanks. So the Broncos lost the replay. Raiders did get the ball. I don't know whether it was incomplete or the bobble made him to where the forward progress was before the first down, what's my guess. Complete for like a 1-yard gain. 19 seconds left. The Raiders have it down 14-7 at their own 42. Carlson's range is about 60. They can get it to about the 40 or so. They should be good to go. 42 maybe. Slant, complete. Raiders have 2 timeouts. They'll call one. Lockett the catch. 14 seconds left. 3rd and about 2. Okay. Seven seconds left, 4th and 3. Broncos call one of their timeouts. This is the situation that I said is going to happen at some point. I tweeted about it earlier this year. It's only a matter of time before it happens in this league, where someone kicks a field goal and they miss it, and the other team kicks a field goal the other way on the last play. Let's say there's 1 second left or something. It's going to happen. I don't know how long or when, but I tweeted about this earlier because these kickers have bionic legs at this point. It's totally nuts. The Raiders are in a little bit of a pickle because they have to make this play last at least 3 or 4 seconds. Otherwise, they give the Broncos a chance to run a play to get into field goal range. Let's see what they do. Broncos have 3 up front, 3 in the middle, so a 3-3 with the corners everywhere and some guys deep as well. What are they fucking doing? Oh, for fuck's sakes, what are you doing? Jesus fucking Christ. This is a fucking abomination. Holy shit, that's so bad. Oh, fuck God. Yeah, he's fired immediately. Carroll's out. Don't even get to coach the halftime. Get him the fuck out of there. Everybody's out. Fire the whole staff. 4th and 3 with 1 timeout left, and you call your timeout. before you snap the ball. And you're going to snap the ball now with no timeouts left? What the fuck are they trying to accomplish? This is a fucking joke. This is an absolute fucking joke. This is an embarrassment. This is an absolute fucking abomination. Look, and he's going to get sacked. Look at this. So now he's sacked. The Broncos get the ball at the 43 with 2 seconds left. They have a chance to kick a field goal. Now the clock runs out. That's not going to happen. They're going to put 2 seconds back on the clock. This is an absolute fucking abomination. I have to go to I cannot believe this. I'm tweeting right now. I have no choice. Here comes a Hail Mary. Incomplete, but it got deflected. That is fucking... I don't care about the results. I care about the processes. You guys will learn that about me. I do not fucking... I do not understand what just happened there. I am completely at a loss for words. The Broncos knew what they were doing on that play, by the way. The people need to study that. That was like a high percentage Hail Mary for such a thing. $18 yards, no points on the last 3 drives for the Raiders. Another one of those fucking games where they script it well. So clearly they prepare well. Carroll's not some fucking donkey that doesn't know how to get his team ready. Look at the scores all year. The Raiders have been competitive early. The game that they beat New England in week 1, they went out and took the lead early, I think, and then they just held it. They went out and just, steadily added to it. After that, there's been games, the Redskins in the next game, they took the lead. They've been ahead several times this year, and they just spit it out. A, for lack of talent, B, for bad coaching in game. I have the Raiders for the game, and I don't want to have anything to do with that. Second half price should be Denver probably. Let's see. The Raiders get the ball first. Denver 3 and 20. I'll say 19 and a half is better. Maybe even lower than that, 19. 14-7 is the score. As long as the Raider defense hangs tight, they'll play good. They'll keep it competitive. There's 20s out there. Let's go get under. Under 20. Second half Raiders and Denver. Under. I think 19 is the highest it can be. One of my friends was asking me just now. We're good. Okay. Raiders under 20, second half flat or better. Should be out there. Go get it. Hurry. It's going to go down. I'm at a loss for words about how that execution went. If you guys didn't see it, the Raiders had the ball on 4th and 3 at midfield. With 7 seconds left. And I mean, I still can't believe what I just saw. They had one timeout left, so they needed to get a first down. And to get into field goal range, they had about 13 yards to go. So there's two ways to go about it there. Either you throw it to the sticks inbounds. Sorry, you throw it to the sticks, or you throw it towards the field goal line to get the first down. With 7 seconds, you've got plenty of time to catch it and give yourself up and call timeout. 7 seconds is plenty. 5, you're pushing it. 7, not. There's no, in no world can you, that timeout's worth so much on that part of the field. If you had it 10 yards closer to the end zone, the other way, towards Denver's end zone, towards your own end zone, you can't even go for it there unless you know for a fact you can run the 7 seconds out. But because the Denver was not in field goal range, you had to go for it. That's the right call, but you had to keep that time out. By spending that time out, you eliminate so many different play calls, and that's the problem that I have. The fact that the Raiders had the ball at midfield and the whole playbook was open. You could do, well, I shouldn't say that. In a 7-second window, a window of 7 seconds, and you only have to, you can use 6. Carlson's range is probably 61 or 62. Like, that's a fair, I mean, he went to Auburn. He was good there. It's indoors. It's climate controlled. The Jacksonville kicker kicked a 70-yarder in preseason in this building. Like, it's not like you can't kick. It's a really, really conducive, good environment, conducive for long kicks for kickers. So, like, if you get to the 44 or 43, you're in field goal range. And even if you're close to that, you're going to kick one. So, like, why wouldn't you give yourself a chance to get 8 or 9 yards? And especially if you do it in bounds, you have your timeout left to call it and then set the field goal up. Like, I just don't understand, like, how you can call your last timeout with the clock stopped. It's a dead ball situation. It's a totally baffling and unforgivable offense. Just absolutely, like, that's it. Like, if I was on the fence about whether Carroll's lost it or not, because he looks fucking great. He looks better than I do, and he's the oldest coach in the history of the league. But he clearly has lost a mental capacity to be able to make proper decisions, because that is, whoever made the decision to call it timeout, he wouldn't even be allowed in the locker room. Like, just get him the fuck out of here. And as a matter of fact, like, okay, at the end of this game, no matter what, I don't even care if they win, which isn't going to happen. At least fucking cover, for Christ's sakes. But I don't care. The end result, the bottom line is that this isn't going to work. Like, whatever they thought they were bringing in isn't going to work. Just like the ownership regime, the people that are there, whatever. Yeah, just the bottom line is you got to just clean house. Like, literally start from scratch. Brady's a part of the ownership team now. Just like, whatever. If he's the one trying to call shots, leave Jim Gray out of it. But yeah, whatever. Those who know. I'm talking about that joke. But yeah, leave. Just try to make better decisions. I mean, they're an embarrassment. The city of Las Vegas. I moved here the year before the Knights started playing, and I'm a hockey fan and I'm a Knights fan. And as a bookmaker and a bettor, I try not to have fandom, and I've let go of all my fandoms in most leagues and with most teams. I did keep my Dodgers one, which I'm embarrassed to say that, but I do bet against them as well. But I'm still a Dodger fan, and I'm a huge Knights fan, and I'll bet against them too. But still, it's easy to be a fan because the franchise is run the right way. The owner's progressive. He does things the right way. He owns Bournemouth in the Premier League, which anybody that you'll talk to over in England will tell you that Bournemouth is run right along as good as anybody, especially with the other teams that have gambling enterprises that have backgrounds with analytics and stuff, i.e. Brighton and Hove and Brentford. I mean, these are really, really smart organizations that do things the right way. And, Foley does the same thing with the Knights. They've been great since day one. They've been competitive since day one. He gamed the system at the start, to get all those draft choices and players that were misfits at the start and made the Stanley Cup Finals off the get-go. It's easy to root for them. Now you got the A's wanting to move here, put a stadium right where the Tropicana used to be. Their owner's a tightwad. He's trying to get as much subsidized as possible. People out here are sick of it. I'm sick of it. There's enough money that needs to be spent elsewhere, not on an owner that's supposed to have enough money to build a stadium. If he doesn't, sell the fucking team. Like, please, for Christ's sakes. The A's have been a laughingstock for so long, the last 5-6 years. Nobody can fix it. And then now you got the Raiders who have been here, and they've been a laughingstock since day one out here. And, it's great that they put a building up for them, and there's a lot of shit that's cool that happens out here, and they play soccer there, and UNLV gets to play there, and there's concerts all the time, and everybody seems to think it's a great facility. I agree. I've been there several times. But for Christ's sakes, the fact that team gets to play there 9 times a year or 11 times a year, counting the preseason, just 11 wasted days on a calendar every fucking year to watch all these people that don't know what the fuck they're doing try to run a franchise right into the fucking ground. They don't have to try much harder because this has been a fucking joke. It's been an absolute fucking joke. Yeah, thanks, Action Points, No Cap. Hopefully you got something there. If you did something with it, great. Total on the Raider halftime, there's 19.5 painted 19s out there as well. That was the number 20. Just in no world can I see it happen. We'll see. The Raiders, everything was scripted. I'm not optimistic at all of them having much of a chance to score. I hope I'm wrong, given the fact that we have a Raiders pregame play. Also, Rams have done whatever they wanted to against Arizona. 17-10. They've got it again. They have had the ball 3 times. They've only had 1 third down. That was down at the goal line where they ended up kicking a field goal. I don't think I've gotten this thing totally wrong. I mean, Arizona's playing hard. It's just that the Rams, off the loss, are coming up much more focused than I thought they would today. I thought they might be a little bit flat still, knowing that it's a sandwich spot. Even though it's a division game, they still had the loss last week, and then they have the Detroit game coming up next week that they know that they can put the nail in. They can really jam it right in the Lions' ass. It would have been really bad if the Lions would have lost Thursday. So, as we stand, Raiders have about 2.5 minutes before the kickoff of the second half. I am on the live feed there, so I'll be on top of that. When the Broncos are laying 2.5, 3-dog money, I agree with the price. I think 3 flat, it's probably a better number, maybe even a little higher than that. You can't possibly use it higher than that with the game sitting 7, but I understand it. Just based on what I've watched, I don't like the Raiders at all. That's unfortunate. I hate to go off my pregame opinion, but you have to see what your eyes tell you. Bears kicked a field goal against Green Bay. It's 7-3. The Packers lead it at Lambeau. Is it already pitch black dark at 4:30 in the afternoon there? 1:14 left to go before the halftime up there. That's the main Fox game, and I do have a live feed on that as well. I'm super behind on the Rams in Arizona. I show 49 seconds left, second quarter, and my TV's in a commercial, so I have no idea what's going on in that game. Those are the 3 games going on now. The late game tonight, Houston and Kansas City. The Chiefs are laying 4. Total is 41.5. No opinion there at all. I actually like Houston somewhat at this price. I think it's shockingly high. They're making you pay the must-win tax. The Chiefs, the must-win. But guess what? If you must win, that means you haven't played good enough to not be in a position to must win. That means you've lost too much. If you've lost too much, how are you good enough to must win? I don't understand the thought process. So the must-win tax means Houston's probably correct in terms of just getting the money. I don't know if they'll win or not, but you start putting 4 points in hand with that defense. Good luck. Packers have completed a pass to the 44, first down. Clock moving with 48 seconds left. Timeout. Musgrave caught it. They're into Bears territory. Ha 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 ha. Great tweet. Great tweet. Those of you who are aware of the college football playoff situation, Notre Dame didn't make it. If you've watched the movie Rudy, you'll remember. I'm not even looking at the scene yet. I'm just watching it. I'm seeing it. The video is queued up to where all these fucking guys are laying their desks, laying their shit. God dang it! I want to see this. I want you guys to hear it. I want to hear it too. Oh, fuck you! This stupid thing. Okay, let me try again. Okay, last call on halftime in Denver and Vegas. If you're going to ask me about under 19 and a half, I would say gun to my head, you could still do it, but not for as much. The 20 is a huge deal there. Half point between 19 and a half and 20 with the game sitting on 21 like this, it's probably like 13 cents. So, like, it has to be really, really worthwhile to make you, you really have to like it or you really don't have to care. You have to not care shit about juice, which, you're never going to win doing this if you don't care about what the number is. The only thing that matters in the long run is not the team, but the number. And, yeah, I would say under 20 is a great bet. Again, I told you for a couple units. At anything worse than that, all the way to like 18 and a half, it's probably worth like one unit only, like half that much. So whatever you think you'd bet if you could get 20, then bet 2, and anything worse than that, bet 1. Love's taking a shot here. He's got a man wide open. Touchdown, Green Bay. Nelson, I think, wide open in the end zone. Bo Melton, yeah, there we go. And the Packers tack on 38 seconds to go before the half. 13-3 Green Bay. I have no clue about why I can't find this fucking Notre Dame tweet. I wanted to pull it up, and my tweet deck's going too fast. I can't get it to stop. Sorry. But it's funny. It shows the Notre Dame players going into Divine's office and laying down the shirts and being like, I'm out. This for Rudy, this for Rudy, this. And if anybody's been paying attention today, they're aware that Notre Dame is not playing in a bowl game. Nakua scores a touchdown for the Rams, 23-10. They lead Arizona. I don't know what to say about Arizona's defense. I mean, there are men on the field playing, but are they really trying to stop anybody? Worst part about this is the Rams fucking kicked. So 7-0 lead becomes a 24-10 deficit. Now they're going to get the ball at halftime. Double bang. Could get real ugly here. I guess the only hope is, Stafford was 1 for 4, and now he's 12 for 13 of 14 cents. The only hope is the Rams get so far ahead now is that they spit it out. They just let off the gas. They gets to 31-10, and then the Rams can slide their way back in the door. Momentum in the NFL is a motherfucker. You almost don't even want to root for your team to like stay on the gas for a long time and get a big lead, because once they let off, if the other team starts getting going, then now the momentum changes and it's a different world. That's why the NFL is extremely hard to bet live. In college, it's hard to make that happen. In mismatches, you got one team that's just better than the other up front. In the NFL, a lot of times, the edges can be minimized, I guess is the right word. And it's certainly momentum switches everything around. It's real. It happens. What the fuck's happening up here in this game at home? Can the Raiders please come out and do something? I would like a 7-minute drive for a field goal. Would be great for the total, of course. Okay, 3 games in the late window. 1 of them out. 2 of them still not in. 2 back. Raiders go 3 and out. The Broncos, one of their touchdowns was on a punt return, by the way, too. This is a tremendous punt, but it bounces the wrong way. Got it at the 9. So that's where the Broncos are going to start. Cole's punt, about 60 yards. I think it hit it like the 2. Geno Smith gets hit. He's looking at his hand. I don't know if he's hurt or injured. And remember, those of you who are aware of what that means is easy. The movie The Program called it a long time ago. Who was the guy? James Caan was the actor? Yeah. Are you hurt or are you injured? What do you mean, coach? Well, if you're hurt, that means you can keep playing. If you're injured, that means you can't. Something along those lines. I'm paraphrasing. I actually should watch that movie pretty soon. I might watch it tonight. Fuck it. What's to stop me? Bears have it down 14-3, 33 seconds left before the half. The ball's out. The Packers think they have it. There's a scrum down there. They're still fighting over this. The Bears got it. So the referee says. He's not down. What the fuck are you talking about? Kevin Burkhardt said he was down. He ain't down. Ball's out. The Bears got it. He ain't down. 33 seconds left. Okay. Let's see. Where do we stand here? So the Rams are going to go into the half. 4 seconds. So the Arizona has it at midfield. 24-10. I think they're trying to get just even a little bit of a gain to kick like a 70-yard field goal. That's what they need, just a small gain. Bears have 27 seconds left now. Okay. 24-10, the Rams over Arizona. The Rams were laying 9.5 at post. There were a couple of Tims that popped up at the last minute. I liked Arizona. We have Arizona pregame. Doesn't look very good. 49 the total there. Denver leads the Raiders 14-7 early in the third. 8:40.5 there. The closing line for the game. Second half, we have under 20 flat. Total did close 18.5. Smith over on the sideline throwing. He looks like he's in a little bit of pain. Broncos start the drive at 13:18 to go. Complete to Sutton on the outside. Caught for about 5 or 6. Clock will keep moving. Packers lead 14-3 over Chicago. The game closed 6.5, 7-ish. Thinking Green Bay favored at halftime is probably right, sadly enough, which it won't be, but they should be. Well, maybe they will be. Hit the ball, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's nothing I've seen from the Bears tells me they have a chance to ever score. Packers had a couple of stretches earlier where they were great, and then they had a little lull where there were a few games where they not so much, and now they seem to be going back in the right direction again. It's another dump off from Nix to the fullback, first down Denver. So they're going to kick a long field goal. How long? 68. $63. I'm behind on this Rams game, so forgive me. It's already in, by the way. I'm just not going to tell you what happened. I want to watch it. Ryland's kick was wide right. It might have been short. I don't know. I know that the first, we kicked the one before that. I don't know. It looked like it went in, but they had called timeout beforehand. Williams is sacked on first down, swallowed up. That's another game that's a dead nut under. The Bears ain't doing shit against this fucking team. Who do the Packers have next week? This is important. Hang on a second here. Packers schedule at Broncos, at Bears, and versus Ravens. So they ain't going to want to show shit in the second half of this game. Oh, this is setting up for a beautiful under. 17. We can get 21 would be awesome. God, give me a 21. 21 or better. 21 and a half is an automatic instant tap out bet. 21 or better is an under bet on Green Bay, Chicago second half. Don't even wait on me. I'm telling you now, go before. If you see a 21 flat or better, just go. If it's better than that, go for more. Yeah, this Bears Green Bay setting up perfect. They play each other again in 2 weeks. The Packers, clearly the Bears can't do anything on offense. It's cold. It's shitty. It's not. Both teams are gonna probably work on some offense at halftime, but Green Bay's is gonna be in preventative situation. They're gonna do what they can to try to hopefully sit on this thing, knowing that they got a physical game against Denver next week on the road, and then back to play Chicago on the road the week after that. They just want to get out of here with the fucking W, no matter what. And quicker the better, and fewer plays the better. Golden opportunity for under in the second half. 14-3, it's going to go in that way. All right, here we go. 21 under 15, that's good enough. Go. This is a big play. 3 units over here. Under 21, minus 15. I haven't been in a rush to get you the Rams Arizona because I saw the least of that and the fact that I also behind on the delay. So there wasn't any super rush to get to it just based on the way things went down with the missed field goal and stuff at the end. I'm still doing the work on that one. Let's see. Rams get the ball first. And the Rams this is a look-ahead spot. It's another under. 24, 23 and a half. 23. Rams 5 and 23. Rams 5 and 23 is my price there. They're 6 and a half. I'm not involved here. We have Arizona for the game. We're in bad shape. I'm going to leave that be. I actually like under 24. Let's get some of that. Not for a bunch, but 24 flatter, better for a little bit. This is only a small play, the 24 under in Arizona. Don't love it. Just counting on the Rams trying to sit it out pretty much late. If Arizona fights back and shows some grit and toughness, then they'll get back in it and make it a game. The Rams have yet to be slowed, and they get the ball to start the half. It goes 31-10. I'm probably in a situation where we're going to lose the side and the second half total. The side's more important. We have a decent-sized play on Arizona, plus I think 9 or 8.5. Worse than what it closed. You shoved that one right in my face. All right, okay, let's update the halftime SWEATBOX. 5:51 on Sunday afternoon. I am Rex Byers, your host. Thanks for checking me out. YouTube TV, Twitch TV. We're nearing the conclusion of our 5th hour today of the live stream. Sunday afternoon, December the 7th. Raiders in Las Vegas. In the Broncos of Denver. 14-7, middle of the third quarter, clock moving. Third down, Broncos, 7.5 to go, 3rd and 1. 14-7, good start there. We have a decent-sized second half bet on the Raiders under 20 flat. Closed a lot better than that. Hopefully you got a decent number. The other 2 games are both at the half, so we got 1 out and 2 in. The other 2 that are in, Rams, Arizona, first to go out. Rams are up 24-10 in Glendale. We're laying 9.5, 10-ish pregame, 6.5 at halftime with the ball coming out, and 24 the total. That bet is in, so I'm going to go ahead and put it in the chat as well. We like under. I don't love it. The only reason why I like under a little bit is because Arizona. The whole reason we bet against the Rams to begin with is the spot's bad. They got beat last week, which we had Carolina against them last week, and then they've got the Lions next week, so it's a clear sandwich. Even in the division, it's a clear sandwich. Figure you get Arizona's best effort. Arizona's played well. They've gotten the money most of the year, even though they haven't won any games. Some of these losses have been terrifying. Brissett's going to keep firing bullets, which worries me. That was part of the reason for the handicap, and one of the things I put in the write-up is even if they're getting beat, they can still backdoor them. But I don't see it. As long as they're not getting stops and knowing who the Rams have up next week, I feel like the Rams might get like one more score and then really put the brakes on this game if they can. I missed the handicap on one side, but get it right on the other. I would prefer that the Arizona covers no matter what, even if the second half goes flying over. So we just have a small bet, 1 unit on Arizona under 24 flat, which is widely available as we speak. Green Bay and the Bears. That game, it's about 8 minutes to go before they kick it in the second half. That's the main Fox game today up at Lambeau. Packers are up 14-3. Bears' offense is completely inept. I have no idea how they'll ever score without help from the Packers, which unfortunately is quite possible with that quarterback for the Packers. I made the second half price Packers. I thought the most fair price would be 4, maybe 4.5. And the total closer to like 18.5, 18. And the only reason why I say that low is, I said I just looked it up. If you guys were here 7 minutes ago, you'll see. I was really curious just after the Packers got that long touchdown pass at the end of the half, knowing full well that the Bears can't score with that quarterback and the Packers get the ball first. Like it's a real chance to go out there and put up some points early here and then put the thing to bed. And just the fact that they play at Denver next week, and then they play the Bears on the road in 2 weeks. The whole goal for Green Bay is to get this thing over with as quickly as possible. I think if you told LaFleur this is the final score, he would take it and sprint out of here, knowing full well that this thing's over with. Broncos, a big play on third down. They had a block in the back. The refs totally missed it. Fuck! Bad deal. Second half under. I need a field goal in this drive. They've had the ball for an hour. 88 yards, 8.5 minutes. That's great. The problem is that they're first and goal at the 3. Big formation out of the eye for the Broncos. They give it to the back. Bangs away, and he's in. Harvey, the kid from Central Florida. 13 plays, 91 yards. About 9 minutes off the clock. That's the only good news. 20-7 Broncos. We also have a Raider play. The ugly sides for me today, Titans, Saints, Raiders, Cardinals. Yuck. You'll see the red zone's going to pop up. You've probably seen it. 3rd and 3, there was an illegal block, and they didn't call it on the Bronco. It's a swing pass to the back. That's fine, but he blocked in the back. 11 got hit in the back. They didn't call it. So the Broncos have had 2 drives this year, 2 drives in this game that have combined for 18 minutes, 18:07. 2 touchdown drives for 18:07, and then they had a punt return for a touchdown. Fuck off. All right. Anyways, that's where we stand here. We got 2 minutes to go before let's reset everything with a couple to go. 21-7 Raiders trailing. 4:05 to go in the third. Under 20 flat in the second half there, so 34 for the game. I'm sorry, 14-7, 21, 41 for the game. Rams, Arizona, 24-10 at the break. Rams laying 6.5, pretty much flat. There are some 6s still in town. The offshore places are a little higher. 24 flat, 24 under 15 the total at most places. Again, we have an under 24 bet there, small. I don't like it. I hope I lose it because Arizona scores enough to cover. And then the other game, Chicago-Green Bay, will be the last one that goes. It's about 4 minutes and maybe 4.5 minutes to kick off up in Wisconsin. Packers up 14-3 there. They do get the ball first. So do the Rams, by the way. Packers are laying 3.5, 20.5 the total. We have a pretty big bet on Green Bay under 21 minus 15. If you're thinking about going 20.5 with the game sitting 17 like this is not like the worst thing ever. That's 37.5 to 38. I would say it's worth 12 cents, give or take. So, like, if you can get under 20 and a half even, that's, like, not quite right. 20 and a half plus +02 would be the equivalent to 21 flat. So, like, 20 and a half even money. Like, if you see a place that has 20 and a half over, then that's the same thing as 20 and a half under even money. Then that's, like, the under bet at that price is still probably okay. Almost for the same. Like, pretty big bet. 20 and a half flat for less. Maybe only 2 at the most instead of 3. So it kind of gives you a mindset and an idea of how I see, like, what the value of these points are and what you should do at the half or during the live bet based on what the market tells you to do price-wise. If you can get ahead of the number like I did on both these with the Raiders and the Green Bay, then you don't have to worry about it. But if you miss the price, you have to decide, okay, I don't have the number that I want. Do I still want to make the bet? And a lot of times the answer to that question is no. You have to let it go. Remember, Lim Banker, my longtime friend from my days working at Heritage when I used to have to do his shit for Don Best 20 years ago, used to say, they play the national anthem every day. And he's right. You don't have to bet every game or every halftime. You know, let it go. They'll play again tomorrow, and you can find another way to get value. But like I say, it just so happens these late window games, all 3 games for me, just look like unders. And we'll see how they play out. It feels like every game in the late window has been flying over in the second half now that I think about it in the last month. So I might lose all 3 of them again, just like I lost the earlier 2. And can get laughed at for that just based on that. And then the fact that I have to sit here and willingly tell my friends that laugh me out of the room that I'm on the Titans and the Raiders and the Cardinals and the Bucks today. The Bucks get beat out right, and then the rest of them are the ugliest dogs you'll ever see. So what do you do? Anyways, that's where things stand. We're about to kick it. Rams in Arizona, according to the scoreboard, are gone. That's the one game I do not have on a live feed. I think what I'm going to do, let's see. I've got some people watching still, not a big crowd. I may throw it on break until we get close to the end of regulation, and then I'll see what's happening as we get closer to like the 7 o'clock Eastern hour. Maybe it's almost 6 now. I'm going to throw it out once the Bears-Green Bay gets going. And I do want to thank you guys for checking me out here on the SWEATBOX. I am Rex Byers, your host. YouTube TV, Twitch TV. Check me out. Tell your friends. Bang that subscribe bell on YouTube. Certainly, if you're on Twitch, hit the follow button. That'll let some people know. The more followers I get, the more people that are going to know about what's going on over here. More people that are going to be curious about it and check it out and see if we can do something. Try to create a community with a lot of chat, a lot of stuff going on that can help us all make some money. That's my goal here. Informing, entertaining, and educating. While also having a good time. If you guys saw me earlier, get a chance to laugh at the Cleveland game. The 2-point conversion was one of the funniest plays you'll ever see. And I lost my shit. I'm sure somebody's going to screenshot that if they haven't already. Let's see. So that's about it at this point. I'm going to stick with you till they kick it in Green Bay. They're back from the commercials, and the ball will be on the tee shortly. The Packers are laying 3.5 dog money. There is some Chicago money at the end here. Total of 20.5. There is some over money at the end against me. All right, it's still 20.5, but there's some 20.5 over, 15 over, some 20.5 flat as well. But under 21 flat was the way to go there. We couldn't get to that under 15 for a pretty big play. That's the strongest opinion I have in these 3 second halves. What I'll do is it's 6 o'clock, top of the hour, 3 o'clock Pacific time. I'll be back before the top of the next hour. But we'll see how things go from there. We'll talk about sweating these last 3 out for a bit, and then talk about the late game for a bit, and we'll just kind of see and play it by ear. If I have some people that are hanging out, then I may come back on, hang out late. I may not. I have enough stuff going on the side, and with some other work to take care of that I may call tonight after we get through the late sweat. In the meantime, let me go sweat this mess out for a bit. Grab a little bit of food, and get myself back in position here. I'm going to read up a little bit on some of this. I guess there's a lot of people up in arms about the college football situation, the playoffs, and the bowls. You know, Notre Dame not playing in the bowl. A couple of the teams that played in Ireland both passing on the bowls as well. Geno Smith, 4th and 2 for the Raiders. Got a guy wide open. He catches it. First down. They're in Denver territory at the 22 now. First down, Raiders. Green Bay and the Bears are underway. The Packers will start at their 35. We got a wind chill of 7 degrees. Yeah, have fun in that. How the fuck can people do that? I'm spoiled. My time in Costa Rica really got me spoiled. But out here, it's also very nice. Going to be back in the 70s next week. Okay. That'll do it for the time being. Everything's underway. 14-3 Packers early third quarter. 21-7 Broncos. Raiders on the move late third quarter. Smith drops back, rolls out, beats some of the covers. They slides. There's some pursuit, and they let him out of contain. Gets about 4. Inside of a minute 40 to go there. And then the Rams. God, the Rams have like 9 offensive linemen in here. Play fake. No, Jesus, like 4 tight ends. So there you go. Rams are on the move. 24-10, 12 minutes to go in the third quarter in Glendale. Cardinals and Raiders investments pregame look bad. You see the 3 halftime bets are in the chat. And I will be back before the top of the hour. Let's call it maybe 10 till, give or take. I'll put it in the chat. Talk to you guys in a bit. No odds screen. The old Be Right Back will fire it up there. If you have any questions, don't be afraid to shoot me a tweet at Rex_Byers on Twitter. I could either easily come back here. Like I said, I'll be doing some stuff away from the machine for a few minutes, but I'll be around. So give me a bit while I eat. If it's important, DM me or shoot me a message on Twitter. Ask a question under the profile that I talked about. I was going to be on here earlier. Whatever you want. All good. All right, guys. Talk to you all in a bit. Be good. Try to do the best I could to dodge the sun for as long as I could. This stupid, I got one blind missing. You guys can see the condo. You understand the layout. The sun time story didn't do enough justice with the photography to show that I've got, like, on the side that's closest to the wall. Well, he's got the pictures coming from this angle, so you see this monitor and the baby picture. Yeah, you do see it. It just shows there's a blind that's missing, the main number one blind. I got to talk to my landlord to try to get that fixed if possible, because it's killing me. Like the sun, at this point in the year, at this point in the sky, there's about a 25 to 30 minute stretch every day. There's no way around it. You can see. And here I go. Bam. Right into, oh. All right, I digress. What's happening up here? Guys are aware that we do have 3 second half unders. Oh, man. Rams are going to score again. 45-10. I got that one just dead wrong. Some games you get right. The Titans were absolutely right in all aspects. I don't care what the box says, the stats say. Tennessee was always going to win that game, or always going to at least cover 4. That one, this one, completely wrong. Not even mad about it. I'd rather lose it like this. Just don't even be competitive. Just get the shit beat out of you. The problem is that now you lose a second half total. Not yet, but we're on the fence now at 24 flat, sitting 21. Broncos are sitting 17 in the second half. Have to keep this thing under. Broncos are up 10. Nix is going to run the clock all the way down. The Raiders are out of timeouts. Worst part about this is the Raiders are going to get it back. And if they're smart, they'll take it down. As soon as they get to Carlson's range, they'll stop and kick a field goal. Anytime you're down by 9, 10, or 11, the correct play when you're in a situation where you have to score twice with limited time is to kick the field goal first, because you know you're going to have to onside kick it anyways. Preserve as much clock as you can, and go from there. See what happens. 3rd and 1 Bears. 10 plays, 59 yards. Another game where I'm drawing dead almost. First down Bears inside the 15. They look great. The coach is just too good for me. Their team's so bad. They have some good players, a couple good players. But if they can overcome this quarterback and win games, I mean, just tip your hat and say you're too good. 2-point conversion is going to end up being a big deal as well. Nix is going for it. They run it. Get it. Damn it. Stopped him. Raiders take it over on downs. 58 seconds left. This quarterback being 15 of 28 is like almost a miracle. Wasn't he like 0 for 7? All right, Broncos, no pick six here, just get a stop. Raiders take over at the 28. Swing pass to the outside. He does get out of bounds. Gain of 2. 52 seconds left. Again, a Raider field goal puts it on 20 in the second half. The funny thing about it is the Raider field goal also gets me the money. I forgot about that. We have a Raider pregame bet. Now I'm rooting for it. It's the same. It's almost the same. I think we have 2 units on both. So, yeah, we will win the Raider bet and push the total. So, yeah, I'm rooting for a field goal here. Go ahead and get it down there and bang a field goal through, and let's move on. Push to halftime. Not as good for you guys here on the SWEATBOX, but good for me in the real life SWEATBOX, the pregame SWEATBOX. Pickett to the rescue, out to the 41 where he slides down, 23 seconds, 22, clock moving. They're going to spike it 16 seconds. Took a lot of time to do all that shit. 2nd and 10 now. Bears have 1st and goal, 9:20 to go, clock moving. They're down a touchdown against Green Bay. What happened to it? Oh, here it is. Let's see. Bears have had the ball for an hour here. Keep them out. 1st and goal at the 5. Play fake. Williams rolls right. Throws it. Out of bounds. Caught. Lockett. Clock moving. Oh, and a fucking penalty. Oh, my God. All you have to do is leave him alone. The clock runs out. They're going to call a delay a game against the Broncos. Hopefully down by 10 with only 4 seconds. They won't. Hang on. This is going to fucking. I'm going to lose my mind. I take it back. I'm not going to lose one. I'm happy. I forget I'm rooting for them. I'm so hell-bent on Raiders second half under to win that I'm not even. I forgot about the pregame bet on the Raiders. Yeah, they are going to kick it. Fuck me. Look at this. This is great. I forgot. Oh my God! I can't believe it. We push the second half and win the game. The backdoor cover for the Raiders is in play here. The SWEATBOX to the extreme. 5 seconds isn't enough. I would have argued for 7. That way you could kick the field goal, onside kick it, and still have time for a play. Now they might not have time for a play. 46-yarder is up and good, and the Raiders are going to cover in amazing fashion. That is an amazing backdoor cover. That is absolutely amazing. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Twitter's going to lose its collective mind. And it should. That's amazing. All I had to do is let the guy go. I can't believe that I won that. Like, I'm totally in the back. If you didn't get under 20, that's why I guess part of me is apologizing. You know, you didn't get the number, you get beat, but that's incredible. The Bears have scored a touchdown. They tie the game. So second half under Green Bay, my favorite play is a loser. Oh, okay. That game's over, and there's nothing else on that channel. I need to go ahead and get this thing down to NBC. Oh, boy, here we go with the John Travolta commercials again about Capital One all Christmas time. That guy's career was all but dead and buried, and then Pulp Fiction came along, and the next thing you know, he spent around 35 years later. Pulp Fiction was a great movie, and he did a good job in it. I'll be the first to say that. I'm not even a movie guy. I just can't believe the way the Raiders got the money. The clock was going to run out. There was no chance of any other play. And the Denver guy lays on the Raider guy and lets him kick a field goal to get the money. So many millions exchanged hands on that play. I mean, that is just unfucking believable. We are in the 7th hour of the SWEATBOX here, almost at the top of the hour. For the late games to come on, there's not a big crowd. I'm not going to stick here with you all night. Thank you for checking me out. I am Rex Spires, your host of the SWEATBOX. Not a whole lot to sweat, although I'm going to stick around with the Bears and Green Bay game. 8 minutes to go. Why not? It's